aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics mainly, plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, The Krakening. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Isaac Inanimate. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Screech. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, CF3300. Hello, Astonian Knight. What a great name. That you know, like, written out, it seems like it might sound weird saying it, but like when you say it, it just sounds good. Rolling off the tongue. The Profane Priestess, thank you for the 20 biddies. I really, really appreciate it. No gods, no kings. Hell yeah. That is indeed the vibe we're going for. Love the shirt. Thank you. I like it as well. Hello, Agnes T. Hello, Faith Faulkner. Hello, Two Dads Kissing. And
Hate to sub and go, but I'll catch the stream tomorrow.
I can appreciate that. It is very late. My apologies, everyone. I needed more time today than I had available to me. Wooga indeed, Alan Showerman. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Electra. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Mini Me. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, 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 everyone. We're doing a late night streamer-rooney here. From now on, I'll be calling the Republican Party the Nazi Party. Not too far off there. Hello, T Leaf. I'm actually on time for once. Yeah, I'm late as fuck. Oh, wooga. It's okay. I understand you need mental health breaks. I do indeed. Yesterday, folks might have noticed that I posted on Blue Sky that, you know, I had a scary IRL experience, and my partner got caught up in like a pretty gnarly police chase while out and about, and had to hit the dirt in order to avoid, like getting smashed by the car that was being chased, as well as the police cars. Yes, she is okay, shaken, but okay. And frankly, I think she's pretty badass. She reacted like split second. But yeah, it was really scary. It was really scary. I had gone on ahead of her, and she was catching up to me, and I like heard the sirens going, and it was really scary. And I felt really powerless. I couldn't do anything to help, you know? And yeah, it was not great. And I'm just like with stuff like that happening, like it's almost like the car that is being chased is not like the biggest threat. It's like the dozens of police cars, that's oh no, she wasn't, she was on the street, Gamer J. Wasn't in a car. It would have actually felt better if she had been in a car. Did you move your desk? This is my secondary streaming location at my partner's house. Wait, what? The police are dangerous? Yeah. Yeah. So I spent time with my partner, and then today, we were both busy during the daytime, and so we spent the evening together and held each other and just told each other love stuff, and yeah. So she's really fucking strong, guys. Like uh yeah. Best wishes to her. I agree. So anyway, yeah, if you're wondering where I've been paying attention to the news, full of existential dread, and trying to like formulate how to even talk about this, because so much bullshit is happening. And spending time with my partner. How's she doing emotionally? Oh, emotionally, like 10 out of 10. So yeah, when you build the studio space, make it a copy of this room, but you can go out of and come into any of the doors to confuse new viewers. That would be fun. Yeah, been trying to get a hold of the contractor. The contractor was supposed to start like this week, but has been a bit in the wind. So yeah. Let's see here. Also, hello, Goblin City Band. Loved your collaboration with Sweet Myths. That was some good shit right there. So, we're gonna be talking about a whole lot of stuff. I'm seeing things in chat that people are bringing up that are going to be we're gonna talk about. Don't you guys worry. Don't you guys worry. Would it be hard to recreate? So still no editing job? No, not yet. Like my I mean, we have like the space to do it. It's just that we need to get like a contractor, an electrician, stuff like that, so that like it can work as a streaming space. Good news or more bad news? Well, we're going to start out with some good and hopeful news and then ease into the worse news, you know? What if you do what Sam Cedar did and torture an elf to serve you? What? Make it your editor? What? I think he pays people a living wage to do that. Sam Cedar told CNN he tortured an elf. Is that from like his War on Christmas segment where he was taking the piss out of a conservative pundit? I don't remember that. Did you see that transgenders have that warrior ethos? I did indeed. I think today we got some good wins under our belt, but we're gonna talk about it, folks. I have so many segments and so many sub segments within those segments. Okay. So also, if you notice me sweating, for whatever reason, the heaters down here have been going into overdrive, and it's currently like 88 degrees in this basement. So if you notice me sweating, that's why. It's like a balmy summer's afternoon in here. Fascism is a form of socialism, left wing by definition. Voltaire, you're one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen. Like no one of any intelligence could possibly utter something like that and at all have anything of value to say. Search War on Christmas. Okay, it is the War on Christmas Sam Cedar segment. I knew it. I'm an actual atheist. Okay, I'm actually not giving a fuck. Weird how that works, huh? Let's see here. The one true atheist, Pope of the atheists right here, folks. The one true atheist. Yeah, I hear he pulled a sword out of a lake. That gave him the right. You know, he pulled a sword out of a lake from a lady. You know? Just one of those guys who loves pulling ladies' swords repeatedly. Got him a reputation. I'm a fake atheist. I don't actually know what that means, but saying actual atheist implies that these exist. God. Also, folks, before we get started, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like that YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because, guys, I can already tell we're gonna have a real fucking weird time of a stream, aren't we? You know, I can always get a tingle. You know, I had a video do marginally well on YouTube the other day. It was the segment. Oh my god, why is this so huge?
I'm seeking your advice. My call to my rep ended up getting me on an email list, and she's going to be at a town hall. I want to go, but I want to know what to do at such a meeting.
I mean, first of all, thank you for the $10 super chat, and second of all, you go to the town hall, think of a question you want to ask, Sorry, I had really good Indian food earlier. But go to the town hall, think of a question you want to ask your representative, maybe like something you genuinely want to know, or like depending on who your representative is and like ideologically where they land, something that'll kind of put them on the spot, and maybe call your local news reporting agency and see if they're going to have cameras at the event, and see if you can get it filmed, or at the very least, bring your own tripod and set up your phone to film or something like that. Getting it on camera and getting it out there to more people really helps, because I can tell you something, as somebody who sat down today and tried to find footage of different town halls, that can be remarkably difficult. So over 100 seats up for grabs. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah, run for something. I fully endorse this. I'm going to look more into it, but yeah, I think it's really important that people start running for positions. It's not the specific call to action I had in mind for today, but you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. We'll be talking more about that, I think, tomorrow. There was a PV meeting on Sunday of taking over the party, despite the county party not having a meeting for 2 months. I realized visiting HQ is a better option. Yeah, sometimes it depends on your local area. It's gonna vary by place by place. So sometimes you gotta just visit, where the hub of operations is. Oh, 100,000. Gotcha, Mini-Me. Gotcha. Sorry.
I am going to a town hall tomorrow. My representative is a vet, so I am gonna ask specific questions relating to vets.
That's wonderful, Electra. Also, yeah, definitely talk about the VA, because we're certainly going to talk about the VA today. Chuck Schumer canceled his book tour. Now I don't get to show up and scream at him. Well, the good news is you can still call him and scream at him, and also, you can call his donors and scream at them, and also, you can go and turn out in other protests to scream. A lot of screaming happens. Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 dono.
Glad you and your partner are well. Have a good stream. I'll check it out tomorrow. Appreciate your calls to action.
Will do, Logan Hill. You get good rest, okay? But before we get too far here, let's do a little seggy, huh? All right. So, folks, we all have to have a talk, all right? We have to have a little talk about internet safety, okay? Especially because, folks, things are getting more dangerous out there. The president is essentially arguing right now that he, as well as his Secretary of State, have basically unilateral authority to deport anyone without due process. And for now, it seems to be mostly targeted at people with student visas, people with green cards, people at varying stages of immigration, legal immigration, I should add, as well as undocumented folks. However, some people caught up in all of these deportations are also, citizens of the United States. And if the powers that the president is claiming are extended to others in this country, to everyone, effectively, if his arguments are unchallenged in court and allowed to stand, this is a problem. I think you can all see that this is a problem for not just a minority of us, but for everyone, everyone who might say something inconvenient to the state. Okay, and if you're thinking, Jack, that's maybe a specific way of phrasing that, that's because I mean it would be the end of free speech in America. And one thing you need to be aware of, especially as we go on to talk about the more disturbing depredations of the Trump administration and the Elon Musk Doge efforts and all the myriad of terrible things going on in the government, you guys need to be aware that you need to keep yourselves safe and you need to help keep others safe. That is very, very important, okay? Because one thing that we know is that ICE is surveilling via contractors the different internet sites, okay? Over 200 different media sites are being monitored by this contractor named Shadow Dragon, and essentially compiling lists of potential targets for deportation. This includes sites like OnlyFans, Blue Sky, Twitter, a lot of different websites. Okay, it is not limited to those 200 sites. Obviously, there can be more, but we only know of 200 so far. And we also know that a lot of this is being fueled by AI software. So basically, they're having AI troll through all of the data on these websites and looking for keywords that can find different people potentially incriminating themselves. And when that happens, that flag can then be sent to not just ICE, though right now ICE is the primary recipient of this data, but also to other agencies, okay? And I need you guys to understand when we talk about don't Fed post, that is to keep all of us safe, okay? It's not just to keep you safe, though it does do that. It is also to keep everyone safe. What is Fed posting? Fed posting is when someone posts incendiary comments in order to provoke violence. Okay? So that would be... Does that kind of clear it up? Something that... In leftist circles, Fed posting is the idea that someone comes in to a community, says something provocative to incite violence, and then that's kind of like a bait, a trap, in order to incriminate others in the community. So the idea of Fed posting is the person coming in and saying something like that is a Fed, is trying to incriminate people and trap them to suffer consequences under the law. Okay? And what you need to be doing, folks, is you need to be keeping yourselves safe. Fed posting is kind of like stochastic terrorism. It's like stochastic terrorism, or designed to like rip leftist communities apart. Cancera Krebs. Fed posting is kind of like baiting people to commit crimes or to say things that might incriminate themselves or others, or to rip apart leftist communities. Kind of like in various leftist movements throughout American history, when the FBI had like paid folks go in to try and like be like, hey, yeah, someone should kill that guy, and like, you know, start chants that might make the movement look bad or tear itself apart with internal strife. You know, it's been it happened a lot with like the Black Panthers, different groups like that throughout history. So yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about here. Except in this age, Fed posting is now digital, and so people need to be on guard against that. And one of the ways you can do that is you need to start taking your internet security seriously. And this is not a plug for like a VPN or anything like that, but like, because I don't have a sponsor, it'd be great if I did. It'd be a very, very cohesive, but I don't. Get yourself a VPN, guys. Get yourself a VPN. Get yourself like, you know, stuff that protects your internet privacy. Get yourself like, you know, honestly, it's an involved process to try and make yourself disappear from the internet. It's very difficult. But like, start looking into that. Like a VPN is not enough. It helps. But like, you gotta start finding other stuff. You gotta start finding other services. You gotta start like anonymizing your accounts. Okay? You gotta start. Man, okay, like I guess I'll go fuck myself. You know, like well, okay, don't. You know what? I guess we're all fucked. You know, just we'll all get fucked together. You know, internet security, whatever. Who cares? Make your password 123. Go for it. It doesn't matter. They'll crack your code anyway. Come on, guys. Use an encrypted messaging app. Why even bother? Why even bother? They'll just get the data anyway. Like I don't know, guys. I'm not a cybersecurity expert. All I'm trying to tell you guys, with the best ability that I can manage, is to keep yourself fucking safe on the internet. All right? So please stop recommending VPNs. Fine, tell me what to recommend. I'm happy to recommend something that actually works. But if the option is nothing works, then fuck me. You know, like, and fuck all of us. All I'm trying to say is, hey, don't say shit that will get you fucking black-bagged by the US government. And do what you can to keep yourself safe and your loved ones safe. And I don't know how to do that when it comes to online security, I guess. So don't listen to me, a dumb fucking moron, but listen to someone who knows what they're talking about. All I'm trying to do is to make you guys understand you need to take this seriously. People are being disappeared in the United States. And I'm not like fucking joking. There are somewhere around 50 people in New Mexico that are completely unaccounted for that were disappeared by ICE. Yeah, and respectfully, Lady Rainclad, I don't know what else to suggest to people. All I'm trying to say is start looking into how to keep yourself safe. Nothing works, just post your social security on here. My credit card number is 123456789. But like, I don't know how to keep you guys safe. I'm sorry.
Google Docs alternatives hosted outside the US or self-hosted are a good idea, emo.
And it's just kind of like, oh, well, I guess we're fucked. you know, Google Docs alternatives, that can be hacked. Sorry, we're fucked. Did you move? No, I'm just in a different location. Look, if you don't want to build alternate by hand, just go talk to people in meet space. Honestly, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. Like I can't keep you guys safe online. And if nothing I have to suggest to you guys is actually helpful, then you have to like stop posting shit. You have to stop posting. Go meet people in your local area and start getting loud in meet space. So, like, I don't know. Delete your accounts. Delete your fucking accounts. Move. Get new internet. I don't know. I don't fucking know. What can Sarah Krebs? You understand. What can get you flagged? You understand. Don't be asking me questions like that. If I say what can get you flagged, and I say incitement to violence, I feel like that is a sufficient answer for you. Did I miss something? I deleted all my social media accounts. Good.
A VPN in the EU, like Proton, is a good start. Use Orbot and Signal on your phones. Get off Meta, X. But don't get too paranoid and mean to people trying to help.
Sarah Krebs, what the fuck are you talking about? So we're basically trying to find a way to safely incite violence? No. Are you thick? Are you slow? No. The point is, I'm saying don't post that shit in my community. I have no control over what people go and post, except what they post in my community. And all I can tell you guys is don't fucking post things that could be construed as incitement to violence. Like, I don't get what's difficult to understand about this. Don't post shit that's gonna get you or other people in this community a visit by the feds. Like, I'm frustrated as shit right now. Then why? All right, I'm done. Fuck, get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Oh, what kinds of things can you say? I just want a list of all the things you want to say about the government. Jesus Christ. Yeah, look, I would never. We want to find a way to peacefully incite violence. I don't understand. Anyway, list all the ways one would peacefully incite violence? Jesus Christ. Man, like, I just wanted to start the stream with like a little, hey guys, be safe. Don't get yourself fucking incriminated. Don't say shit that's gonna get your family a visit by ICE. I just...
Totally unrelated, Simon and Schuster TNG audiobooks from the 90s are pretty charming.
Like, I'm already, like, pissed as fuck. And I'm doing my best to, like, hold it together. But, like, chat, don't be like this today. Don't turn what is supposed to be just like a, hey, friendly reminder, be safe. Don't fucking disappear from our community into, like, this shit. Don't tell me it's gonna fucking be okay, Ranvel. Jesus. The entire point of this is that it's not okay. The entire point of this small little segment is supposed to indicate to you guys that it is not in fact okay right now. And that someday it may be okay, but until then, you need to be serious about your cybersecurity. And I know that sounds like a transition into a pithy YouTuber VPN rant, but it's not. I don't have anything you guys can buy. I'm just trying to tell you guys to be fucking safe. Because goddamn my soul, I fucking care about you guys. But fuck me, I guess. Jesus. Be safe, you silly little billies. Super Jet Guy, I would not trust
We love and
McAfee
support you.
VPN.
That guy was an idiot that probably works for Trump.
I mean, probably, yeah. Also, it's like 90 goddamn degrees in this basement.
Hello, fellow chatters. I am Robert Notafed. You can call me Bob. I want to be involved, so if you could list all of your names, SSNs, and any crimes you've committed, I want to be friends.
I do appreciate Rob Not a Fed. What a great new member of our community. Ugh. Why are you in a basement? Because I'm at my partner's place. This is my secondary streaming spot. Do I want to take a brief break to talk about how owls are so cute? I would love that, except that we have not even gotten through any of the segments, so no. We're an hour in. That segment was supposed to take like 5 minutes, guys. Ugh. So, folks, super important today is the first day people can start voting in the Wisconsin election. We are pulling for Judge Susan Crawford for the Wisconsin State Supreme Court because, folks, hey, turns out that's happening. That race is going on. Elon Musk has dumped millions of dollars into it, and in order to combat that, we need people to actually show up and to vote if you're in Wisconsin. We need people to do door knocking, phone banking. Good on you, Olive Rilder, for sending in your ballot. Folks, if you are able to, here is an event for Indivisible set for March 22nd and March 29th, respectively. I'm going to copy and paste this over into chats. Folks, so if you want to work with Indivisible and also stump for Crawford, get out there with Indivisible. And also, folks, if you are not local to, if you're not local to Wisconsin, you can still phone bank for Susan Crawford.
Should I ask my rep what she plans to do to protect TG people, or should I ask how Democrats are actually going to end fascism?
you know, any of them would work. There we go. If you would like to phone bank, you can do that anywhere in the country. There's a great event happening March 25th, and you can join from anywhere. That is 6 days from now, folks. So here you go. Go phone bank for Susan Crawford. Get out there. Get out there, folks. We need people to do phones. We need people to volunteer on the ground. Please do so. We need to combat the millions upon millions of dollars that are currently being poured into that race by Elon Musk in order to elect one Brad Schimmel, who, well, doesn't believe in abortion, for one. And wants to bring back gerrymandering to Wisconsin, the thing that fucked up the entire state for about 12 years. So, you know, maybe some things to keep in mind as we go forward. What? Was I not clear? We want to make sure that Susan Crawford wins so that people in Wisconsin can still get abortions? Oh, he's openly advocating for gerrymandering? Yeah, you know. There in Wisconsin in particular, there's been court battles around like gerrymandered maps for years now. He supported the old gerrymandered maps. Tried to argue that they were in fact very fair and balanced.
Driving up.
So, that's where we're at. Please go organize for Crawford, all right? And one of the things we need to talk about here is that, like, a lot of folks, a lot of folks are kind of the opinion that, like, well, hey, you know, why would anyone vote for Democrats now or left-leaning folks now, you know? You know, these Trumpers in rural areas, they're never going to see the light. They're never going to like come around. They're never going to be radicalized. And I've seen that sentiment in this very community as well. And one of the things we have to talk about here is that, like, well, you know, maybe there's some hope. Maybe we can actually, you know, find out that, like, people give a shit, you know, like, here.
My medication, it runs $20,000 a month without insurance. I make $800 a month. Oh, that will kill me. That would kill my friends. That would kill millions of people in this country if they lose their health care.
We're in California's District 22, a rural community in the state's Central Valley. This district voted for Trump for the first time in 2024, but now his policies threaten one of the benefits people here rely on the most.
It bothers me when people like Elon Musk say that people on those programs are the parasite class. It's just cruel.
Do you know anyone personally who voted for President Trump but depends on benefits like Medicaid?
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people.
Trump promised a lot of things. I thought it would be more family values and those programs that we really need here.
One of those promises was to protect Medicaid, which 67% of people in this district rely on. It's the largest percentage of any district in the entire country.
Can you guarantee that Medicare, Medicaid will not be touched?
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, we're not going to touch it.
But his administration just proposed an $880 billion cut to Medicaid over the next 10 years. So we wanted to come here to find out how people are feeling about Trump and his administration's decision that could have a huge impact on one of the benefits they rely on the most.
So, yeah, like, one of the things we're talking about here, folks, is that, yeah, if you pay attention to politics, it's not surprising that Donald Trump would lie. But if you don't pay attention to politics, say you're someone who is just kind of vaguely paying attention to politics and, you know, doesn't really care about, like, the debates or anything like that, you just kind of absorb things via osmosis. One of the effects of the kind of Trump cult of personality is that it operates like a cult. It evangelizes for Donald Trump, okay? And so part of the insidiousness, especially I think in these rural communities, is that this personality cult starts trying to bring in other people in their local communities. And so people who are very low information start getting more of their information from, you know, Rick down at the hardware store. You know, Rick always seems to be handy with a hammer and, you know, knows a lot about home renovation. And, you know, he's really actually quite handy to have around. And, you know, you have him over and he's working on your bathroom grout problem. And he starts talking about, you know, how Donald Trump really wants the best. And he wants to, like, make sure that, like, people are going to do good, you know, and really all this grout problem you're having, somehow it's related to the economy.
The side effect of face eating is that it makes it easier to convince people to shoot leopards.
I mean, not wrong. But don't do that. You know what you're doing. But what you need to understand here is that these people are very low information voters. And so what ends up happening is that these people, well, you know, Donald Trump vaguely aligns with their values in some way. And, you know, their friends are saying Donald Trump is the guy. Their friends who are in that Trump cult, he's the guy. And that starts kind of spreading in these rural communities. Because, guys, one thing you have to understand about these rural communities is that they are, you know, everyone knows each other. They all talk with each other. Okay? It's social. And they often, you know, all go to the same church. And they start propagating information through there, through the lens of kind of Christian nationalism or something like that. And it is, I mean, pretty soon, it turns out that, oh, wait a minute. Donald Trump's actually fucking us. I disagree because when given info, they reject it. Yeah, when given info from a stranger, when given info from someone they have already categorized as, you know, someone who should be disregarded, yeah. But when they're given information from their pastor, from their worship leader, from their, you know, friends and family in their local community, I think it goes a lot farther. Now, you can say, well, they're going to reject that info. Yeah, because for them, they don't believe the new information. They simply don't believe it. Because in order to change your beliefs, it's not enough to simply be presented with information. You have to believe the validity of that information, right? They pick Punisher and Rivals. I don't know what that means because I'm old. Yes, I saw that mini-me. Yeah, exactly, Nomi Sunrider. One of the most effective anti-COVID hysteria tools was simply saying, well, I got the vaccine and I'm fine. Yep. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, one-eyed heathen. I'm not saying people, oh, well, time to go evangelize. We need to go reverse evangelize the MAGA folks. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that what's coming up here is a mass radicalizing event that will allow us to offer a narrative and an explanation to these people as they slowly and in greater numbers continue to get fucked over. Okay? Like, um, eh, like this pain that people are going to be feeling is real, and you can try and spin it however you'd like, but again, I bring it back to common sense, which is that you know, in an authoritarian style of government, the kind of government that Donald Trump is trying to emulate, people at the bottom, when they get screwed over, know who to blame for that. You know, they know exactly where the buck stops. Unlike in a more complicated egalitarian system with checks and balances and labyrinthine, you know, bureaucracy.
My landlords are the same way. They're the nicest people, and haven't raised my rent in 25 years. They're Trump fans and were completely taken with right-wing propaganda, but there are cracks forming.
Yeah, exactly, Pluvius. And I'm not saying like everyone needs to go out and like start shit talking Trump to their MAGA folks, but like if you see those cracks forming, you know, put a little wedge in those cracks. Help those cracks stay open and get bigger. You know, wherever you can. And that's not going to be like by posting on the internet. That's going to be like with people around you. Well, here's an example of a county that voted Trump, Alan Showerman, that knows exactly what happened to them.
One resident who would be impacted by Medicaid cuts is 64-year-old Irma Arredondo, who voted for Trump in 2024. Irma has several chronic health issues, including type 1 diabetes. She's also a full-time caregiver for her daughter, who has cerebral palsy, and her sister, who has Turner syndrome.
Valerie have her medication for her seizures. She needs care everything. And I just give massage to her hands, to her legs. I stay with her until she falls asleep.
Sounds like you take really good care of her.
Oh, and my baby is my dog.
So you, your sister Irene, and your daughter Valerie, you're all on Medicaid. And how important is Medicaid for your family?
Wow, can you imagine? We live on a daily basis with sicknesses. This is for the cholesterol too. This is also for my
like guys, there are millions of people like this lady. Literally millions of people like this lady. Who did not know how much they were fucking themselves. Amber Brains, we'll celebrate next stream if that's all right with you.
high blood pressure.
So Medicaid pays for all of it?
Yes.
If you didn't have Medicaid, how much would this cost you? How much money?
Oh, thousands maybe.
Thousands. And that's just for you?
That's for me.
Not for your daughter? Not for your sister?
No. The medicine that my daughter takes for seizures, I won't be able to afford it. So we feel hopeless if those cuts come, you know. What we're going to do.
Irma was a farm worker for more than a decade. She believes that
like I'm sorry here, but like, what are we gonna do? You know, like what are we going to do? Understand here that like this is real. People will die without this. $880 billion does not come at zero human cost. And when we say, like, suffering is going to, you know, push these people to action, like, it's going to be out of necessity. And I'm not asking people to feel empathy or sympathy, but, like, what I'm asking for is a recognition of the simple systemic effect this is going to have. Did the giant cuts pass? No. The government is remaining open for the next 6 months, and then they're going to vote on the cuts. So the vote will happen in September now. It's already stressing people the fuck out. Yeah. And, you know, like, the realization is dawning in America that, like, this is real. And these people in particular who have to pay attention to these systems are realizing it a lot faster than maybe other people who don't, you know? And like, this is the kind of suffering, this is the kind of mass worker awakening that could potentially motivate a wide-scale unrest with potential political reforms as a result. The goal here is to be aware that this is coming and to be active in our communities in order to make sure that the people around us know what direction things need to go. Because understand that when we hit like a period of mass unrest, you know, riots in the streets, etc., what happens is that people look for a narrative. People look for the direction they want to take things.
I feel like I am holding my breath waiting for Donald to drop the boot on my Medicaid.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. And I know, like, it's easy for me to say, but, like, we all need to start being proactive. We need to start going to our Tesla takedown protests, our indivisible local protests. We need to start becoming an active political force in our communities. You know? You can start with phone banking for Susan Crawford in Wisconsin, because that state Supreme Court race is going to dictate whether or not women have the right to abortion in Wisconsin, along with a myriad of other things. Okay? That's one relatively low effort way you can impact politics. Okay? But more importantly, you need to start going to your local political meetings. Okay? Whether that's local DSA, local Democrats, local insert whatever group that is active in your community. It can be like a Meals on Wheels type situation, a soup kitchen, a homeless shelter, whatever. You need to start building up in your community and talking with people, maybe printing out leaflets to drop around and educate folks. You need to start trying to unionize your workplace, get your apartment unionized if you can. You need to look around and see and ask yourself seriously, what can I do today? Okay? What can I do today? And the thing we need to realize is that when unrest comes, yes, it does open the door for potential positive political reforms, but it also opens the door for an authoritarian government to try and justify harsh militaristic crackdowns. We need to be ready for stuff like that to happen. And one of the best ways we can be ready for that is by organizing politically on a local level. Okay? On a local and a state level. making me think when I wake up, what can I do? That's exactly what I want. What I want is for you guys to be thinking, what can I do today? What can I learn today? What skills can I get today that will help? My lifelong Republican mother is starting to crack finally. She asked if I think Musk might be not a good guy. Yeah, maybe a bit. Maybe a bit not a good guy.
Want to do.
Irma was a farm worker for more than a decade. She believes that some of her and her children's health issues can be linked to the pesticides she was exposed to while working in the fields.
When I was pregnant with my child, I was working in the field. I remember it was this little airplane and sprayed us. But when my baby born, the doctor just said, "Uh-oh, something's missing." And when he gave me my baby doesn't have her arm.
So with these risks that you and your community face in agriculture, and then to have the system threaten to take away your health insurance, to take away protection, how does it make you feel?
Like I told you, I feel like this stubby nuts in the back, you know. But why when we put food on their tables, you know, that we risk our health? Look at me right.
Dead Domain, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks. How we all doing? We're talking about radicalization and what people can do as more and more folks get woken up to what is going on, the potential Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security cuts that are coming down the pipeline. Also, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Let's keep going. And yes, Bastion, people who work in fields often get exposed to all kinds of chemicals that get rained on said fields by planes, sprinklers, etc., fertilizer. And the ugly reality is that these companies that do these mass agriculture projects simply just don't give a fuck if they're poisoning their workers. They just don't care. They do not give a fuck.
Now, look at me, how many sicknesses that I have. The COPD, I didn't have COPD at that time. We got all in the fields. Where else?
We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board.
The $880 billion in Medicaid cuts proposed in President Trump's budget will help pay to permanently extend his 2017 tax cuts.
The largest tax breaks would go to the wealthiest individuals. Are those your values?
No, that's not right. ¿Por qué van a hacer tanto recorte? Sí, tanto recorte. ¿En dónde lo van a poner ese dinero? ¿Dónde?
In the last election, who did you vote for?
I feel embarrassed to tell you, but before years, all the years back, since I got my citizenship, I said I was a Democrat, but then, in these last elections, I voted as a Republican. Why? Because I'm against abortion. Para mí, la palabra conservador es tener valores. Like I grew up with values, you know.
You know, like, you can, I've never understood it. I've never understood it. You know, it's like, okay, you can be against abortion. Other people believe something different from you. I don't understand this intention to force your views on other people regarding what should be done with their bodies.
Con las enseñanzas de mis padres.
Family values.
Family values.
Irma isn't the only one in District 22.
I mean, your vote for family values in this case, you know, you wanted to strip the right from women to get abortions. You may have done that, but I mean, it's gonna kill you, your sister, and your child. Like, I don't know that that's worth that.
who feels betrayed by the administration's plan to gut Medicaid.
The only people they're hurting are the poor people, people that really need the stuff. Elon Musk doesn't need it, Trump doesn't need it, and billionaires don't need it.
They're making out big time with.
Well, the thing is, I don't think that these folks are fascists. I think that most of them are low information folks who generally don't know that they're voting for someone who's going to fuck them over in order to enrich his buddies. And like, the point I'm trying to make here is that the suffering that they're about to experience is going to be an opportunity to radicalize them to better politics. And like, I think complicity with a fascist government means you are fascist? Yes. But also, does that mean you are permanently exiled to being, like, permanently condemned to be a fascist? No. People's political views change. And I think a lot of people get raised up in a lot of really awful conservative propaganda. I know I was. I was raised in a ton of conservative propaganda that told me things like trans people could not exist, that gay people should be reviled, that abortion was, a sin against God. And you know what? Took a fuck ton of work, but I unlearned that stuff. And not everyone has already gone through the process of putting in a fuck ton of work in order to unlearn that shit. It's a lot. Yeah, Story Girl, that's kind of my view on it. A lot of these folks are victims of a con. Exactly. And like, does that make them less dangerous? No, but does it mean that they are potentially people who can be radicalized against the regime? Yes. And I think that is very important to understand and keep in mind as we go forward. I'm not asking people to be like, oh man, pobrecitos, like I'm not asking for that. But like, I am asking for people to understand systemically what is going to happen if these tax cuts go through, and what that opens the door to, for better and worse.
With this, but they're hurting people in the process.
District 22's representative is David Valadeo, a Republican who voted in favor of the budget resolution to cut Medicaid, after initially voicing concerns about how potential cuts to social programs could affect his constituents. If just 2 Republicans vote no on the final legislation, they could stop Medicaid from being cut.
The folks in this district have voted for him because he, in the past, has been able to stand up against his party. But now he's really stuck between a rock and a hard place, because it seems as if the Trump administration...
My father used to say to me, "Child of mine, who do you punish? The liar for telling the lie? Or the victim for believing it?" Was never sure why. Now I think I am. Watching this. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, I thank you for the $5 dono. I think that's wise. Yeah.
Administration is going to really ask for loyalty from him, and for him to play ball on every single issue, not just the issues that play well in this district. And so that might mean that they expect him to vote for things that are going to hurt his constituents directly.
If we could go back to November, who would you vote for now, seeing what you see?
For either one.
You just wouldn't have voted.
None either.
Yeah, it's very sad that there's no political leadership that you feel you can vote for.
Maybe, they can, like you said, Democrats or Republican. Maybe they have, I'm not going to say that everything is bad, but the most important things. But the only good things is for them. To us, always going to be the good things,
Like, think about that. Think about that particular moment right there. That is someone who looks at their prospects as somebody who lives full-time as a caretaker for, both her sister and her child and deals with debilitating chronic illness, they look at both parties and they say, well, the Democrats are just going to means test my programs and possibly, slash our benefits. The Republicans are just going to take them away. And either way, someone I love is going to die. They look at that and they're like, this is no real choice. And this is why I think we need to demand better leadership from the Democrats. Why we need to demand things like Chuck Schumer stepping down. And that's because, simply put, the current leadership of the Democratic Party has proven itself completely and utterly incapable of meeting working class folks. Real, actual people like this who rely on these programs to live and who vote in order that they've abandoned them. What does means testing mean in this context? It means that different programs have attached to them work requirements or the requirement to stay below a certain threshold of income. If you go over that income, you lose your benefits, which dissuades people from working, or alternatively, having requirement that, in order to receive Medicaid, you have to be looking for a job, and you have to be able to verify that you've been looking for a job, and then you have to be able to verify that you're working a job that's 20, 30 hours a week. Different things like that, different hoops you have to jump through in order to get the program that is meant to serve you. It is, it's bad. Universal programs are basically almost always far more effective than means tested ones. Means testing is just a way of slashing benefits. Beep bop boop boop. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. And so what I want to emphasize here is not that the response here to vote for neither party is correct. It's not. But what I want to emphasize here is that the reason she says neither is because she looks at the Democratic Party and does not see a party that is capable of fighting for the lowest income folks, the least among us, the folks who are struggling the most. And the Democratic Party should be a party of the downtrodden. It should be the party of the worker. It should be the party that sparks hope and dreams in the hearts of the populace. It should be the party that allows people to, stand up when they get kicked down. That's what the Democratic Party should be. And our current leadership is just simply incapable of delivering on that, which I do want to say, if you are interested in sending a message to Chuck Schumer, Indivisible has an effort ongoing right now in order to get rid of him. Let me see if I can pull up that tab. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Email your Democratic senator and demand they call on Senator Schumer to step aside. The pressure has been mounting against Chuck Schumer, by the way, since the recent kerfuffle, the recent betrayal in the Senate. So you can send him a message via your senator with this link to email your senators, okay? He is uniquely vulnerable right now. All right? Yeah, the Democratic Party should be for the working class of America. Let's wrap this up. More Perfect Union does such a great job.
You feel that way. It's always going to be the bad things.
Always.
For you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess guess that was the end. My bad. I'm chronically ill and can actually die slowly and painfully if they take away my Medicaid. Disability said you are in pain, but you can work. Yep. Jolie Bonnet Art, I'm really sorry to hear that. And yeah, people are going to suffer, and it's going to be awful. And that's why I want folks to get out there and start fighting now. The sooner you get up and figure out how you are going to fight back, how you are going to be a constructive part of this, the better. Yeah, exactly, that one American. And like the thing about Tim Walz is not that he is like just an inherently good little like socialist who's doing his best, you know.
I think I am going to do a John Oliver and mail them horse semen.
Don't do that, you will get arrested. But thank you for the $5. But what I want to say here is that like Tim Walz is not like a lefty. He's a liberal. He's just a liberal who understands how to do politics and understands that people on a fundamental level need to see service provided to them by the government. Like that, that's important, you know? People need to see the Democratic Party fighting for the working class, and they need to see results. The results of fighting for the working class allowed the Democratic Party to dominate politics for, 40, 50 years. And what we're seeing now is just like a complete abdication of that. An extraction of the value from the Democratic Party via neoliberal ideology. And so Tim Walz is just a good politician who understands that like that New Deal liberalism, that idea that the government has to actually work. And that's alien to like the wider Democratic Party. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Lean into the Tim Walz energy and reorient towards organized labor. Hell yeah, droning goddess. That's exactly what we need to do. Anyway, segment done. We're moving on. Moving on. Been having a conversation with the union organizer about this kind of issue today. Walz is a retail politician. He understands that if representatives are too out of touch with their electors, then there's not going to be popular support for your run. Yeah, exactly. He just understands good politics. You know?
You could always go with the company that'll send someone a bag of gummy penises. It's probably not illegal to tell them to eat a bag of dicks in gummy form.
Probably not. You might want to check that before you do it, but that is pretty funny. I had people telling me don't post about being sick or pagan or independent voters or LGBTQIA+. Told them no one's taking away my voice and won't give it away either. Hell yeah. And like I'm not gonna be here to dissuade anyone from posting about like their status. Alan Showerman, thank you for the $5 super chat. It is not. We're not doing an owl time, sadly. I would love to do one, but we have too much to talk about. We're not even through this entire section. Like don't be silent about issues. Just be careful about, especially around issues of violence. You know. In the union context, centralized hierarchical organizing has ignored the grassroots, trying to convince the organizers to wake up and pay attention to what the members are trying to tell them. True. True. Do I possess an owl? No. It'd be cool if I did, though. Do not fed post. Definitely do not fed post. Also, folks, we've been going for an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you, and I took yesterday off, so now I'm feeling a little bit stressed. Also, we're 1 like away from 100 likes on the stream. How could you stop? Yes, let 1,000 new subs bloom. Indeed. Oof. Yeah, exactly, Droning Goddess. It's too late for me. It's too late for me to hide the, to like be a bit more savvy about my online presence. I, made the unfortunate mistake of going into talking about politics as a socialist right as, in the last couple of years. So, I'm a little, it's a little too late for me. It's not too late for you guys though. Keep yourselves safe with your online presence, all right? But every 3 months, an Australian is torn apart by a crocodile. Indeed. And yes, there may be audio pops, but I gotta be honest with you guys, I am incapable of fixing any audio issues on this setup. It is 90 goddamn degrees in this basement, and all of the equipment
to
is
help pay for your well-deserved break yesterday. Don't
Thank
doom
you.
chat, bloom. Remember,
Aw.
roses grow better with all the shit spread on them. Drink water and exercise.
Simric, I always appreciate your upbeat attitude, and I also very much appreciate the $20 super chat. Don't doom bloom. I like that. I like it. Roses grow better with all the shit spread on them. Look, let 1,000 roses bloom. Why so warm? Isn't Minnesota going through winter still? Well, so it warmed up here for like 2 days, and then today a massive cold front came through, and it's gonna blizzard tonight. And the electric heaters in the basement were left on at like 75 degrees or so, which kept the heat up. And we have a neighbor whose heating system is like integrated into the rest of this building, and when they're out of town, their like radiator system spins up. So there's like 2 heating systems that have been going down here unbeknownst to me, and it's also been really hot outside. So it's just I am being cooked. If you're like, "Oh, Jack, why are you so rosy?" It's not because I did makeup, it's because it's hot as fuck. So the pipes don't freeze? No, because our neighbor uses electric heaters for whatever reason, and when they're here, the radiators don't turn on. I am cooked, indeed, quite literally. I'm being. You could even say I'm being spit roasted. No horny posting. All right. moving on. Oh, Nick Leftist, same here. All right, folks. Here we go. New Segi. So, folks, we've been talking a lot about how people are gonna suffer in the United States. A happy topic, kind of. Not really. But a topic nonetheless that has perhaps a sliver of a silver lining in that this is a way that people are going to experience a lot of pain in a way that necessitates that they engage in our political system and necessitates awareness of our political system. And in our current political climate, any amount of awareness about what's going on is going to lead, any amount of clear-eyed awareness of what's going on in our system is going to lead one to the conclusion that, oh, Elon Musk and Donald Trump have got to go. Like, if not the entire GOP that is complicit with their shenanigans. And one of the reasons I say that this is going to come to a head pretty quickly here is that one of the ways that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have decided they are going to go about doing cuts at, of Social Security is essentially to destroy the ability of the Social Security Administration to function. Previously to today, Doge, Elon Musk's unofficial organization that has been going around running rampant in our government, slashing things willy-nilly, got into the Social Security Administration, and they cut around 60% of the Social Security Administration's field offices, which means they've now consolidated 60% of the workforce into the remaining 40% of the buildings that are already fully staffed. And it's not good. I don't really know how to emphasize how not good that is, because essentially what they're trying to do is make it so that, well, they're not cutting Social Security, but fewer people are using Social Security. And it's not because more people are doing well and they're just not drawing their Social Security checks. It's because they want to make it inaccessible to folks in order to, like, actually get their check. And that is only going to get worse. If you thought, like, cutting 60% of the field offices, places people could maybe go to talk to a human person about their Social Security check and what their status within the system, 60% of those offices are gone, guys. Like, you can no longer go in most places to go talk to an actual person. So one might stop and think to themselves, well, okay, if I can't physically go and talk to a real person, how do I get my benefits? Well, I guess I would call them. I guess I would call the Social Security Administration to talk to a person. But bad news, everyone. Doge is planning to cut the Social Security phone lines. Quite literally, the phone lines. An internal memo, according to Axios, from the Social Security Administration proposes changes to its phone service that could derail the benefits application process for many Americans. Now, Axios obtained a draft of the memo signed by Acting Deputy Social Security Commissioner from Operations Doris Diaz on March 13th and written on behalf of the agency's Operations Department. And the memo was sent one day after the agency denied in a press release a report it was scrapping its toll-free phone line. So they just lied. Again, anything that comes out of this administration is just a goddamn lie. Every single word. The agency at the time said the change would only preclude people from changing their bank account information by phone, but the new memo, issued one day later, proposes changes that will further limit what people can do by phone. Under the proposal, phone service would still be available to people who call the agency and don't need to verify their identity, like someone making a general inquiry. Which, people don't call the Social Security Administration to make general calls. Like, oh, what's the street address of the building? I want to drop by. Like, that's maybe 0.0001% of all their calls. What they are trying to do is make it impossible to call them and to actually fix any issue with your account. Which means you can no longer drive to get your issue fixed. You can no longer call to get your issue fixed. And, well, that leaves you maybe some avenue online. Maybe. But generally speaking, the reason people call is because they can't fix it online. So this is a way, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, most of the people who are on Social Security don't know how to use the internet very well. So this basically means, like, most people aren't going to be able to get their Social Security. Yeah, GamerG writes, last time I had to get something done with Social Security office, it took me over a month of calling every morning to get an answer. Yep. What will they claim they're trying to do by cutting the phone line? Well, these changes, if implemented, would cripple field office operations, and they're already badly paralyzed, a former official told Axios, requesting anonymity because they were on a job search and might work in the future with the Social Security Administration. Benefits are adjusted regularly as people's incomes change, they explained. Forcing all those folks to come into a field office would, in essence, break the agency. So, yeah. This is another direct attack on your grandma. This is another attempt to feed the elderly and the infirm and anyone else who relies on Social Security into the wood chipper to enrich Elon Musk and his billionaire cronies. That's it. That's all this does. It doesn't make it more efficient. It just puts it out of reach for most people. So when we talk about how this is going to, the coming pain is going to radicalize people, understand that something like 60% of seniors are able to be in nursing homes because of Social Security. Understand that people worked their entire lives to get those Social Security checks. Understand how, I don't know, guys, take a minute to just imagine how angry you would be personally if you worked your entire life under the promise that when you retire, you will continue receiving a paycheck to keep yourself alive. And now imagine that you hit your retirement age and that check ain't coming. Imagine you've built a life around that check coming after you worked your entire life, and suddenly that check stops coming. This threatens losing your house, threatens losing your, health care. It threatens, being pushed out into the street. And now imagine that this is imminent. When we talk about how systemically pain is going to radicalize our population and necessitate political awareness and action, this is the kind of rage and economic hardship that is going to open doors. It's going to open a lot of people's hearts in a lot of different directions. And people are going to be looking for, hey, why is this happening to me? Who is doing this to me? And what the Trump administration is going to try and sell you is that, oh, the undocumented immigrants are doing this to you. You know, all of the freeloading green card holders in America are doing this to you. All of the trans surgeries in America are doing this to you. And I need you all to be ready to counter that narrative. Because the real people doing this to you are rich fucking assholes. Like Elon Musk, like Donald Trump, people who have more money than they know what to do with. More money than any single one of us here can imagine. And they're doing it so that they can pocket the money from your grandparents as they get kicked out into the street to die. Do not fall for the tricks this administration is going to try to pull. And when people start looking around for a reason, point them in the correct direction. Get involved now in your local political scene so that you can build out protest movements that are productive and protest movements that are productive that can provide for the community. Okay? Join your local DSA, your local Dems, organizations that can grow. And that when they grow, can perhaps provide essential services that people are going to need and going to rely on to survive that pain. Your local IWW. Honestly, I don't give a fuck what org it is, as long as it is a local org that is actually doing something. You know? Whether it's DSA, your local church group, whatever the fuck it is, join it and start getting to work. Join your local homeless shelter. Join your local soup kitchen. Okay? Like, I don't give a fuck as long as you're doing something productive. If you're all just sitting around jerking each other off about like a coming revolution or whatever, that's not productive. Go find another group to join. Okay? If all you're going to do is that, I don't give a fuck. You'd be more effective joining Tesla Takedown or Indivisible or any of these other grassroots protest orgs, okay? If you are feeling alienated and alone right now, that is exactly what this administration intends. Join a protest org like Indivisible or Tesla Takedown. Seeing other people as angry and as engaged as you will help. And once you start making it a habit, you can continue building it out from there. Okay? Well, and that's the thing, Van Briggs. Most people don't pay attention to politics. Most people just don't pay attention. Most people in America haven't heard of Project 2025.
Sickness. They don't want some money, they want all of the money.
Exactly. Dragon sickness. Yeah, there is one way out, and there is no one coming to save us. The Democratic Party as a whole is not coming to save us in this time. Chuck Schumer has made that abundantly clear. So our job is to figure out what our local options are. Organizations that can help. Organizations that we can, organize around and give teeth to. That can be effective in our communities. There's one way out, and that is through organizing. Full stop. One thing you need to start looking at, especially if you're in a rural community, folks, you need to start looking at organizing your workplaces. This is going to be a place in the coming deregulation spree of the Trump administration that we can actually make a lot of headway in. DSA, IWW, different groups, getting around organizing in workplaces is going to be very effective. Because guess what, guys? This fucking shit, this streamlining U.S. pork and poultry processing, oh my God. Guys, hey, you remember how people talked about like how children used to lose hands in like meat factories? Like they'd put their hands in machineries or get sloppy with a blade while carving up different cuts of meat. Well, the Trump administration wants to bring that back. Okay? If you're like, wait a minute, they want to bring back child labor? They've already been doing that in these meat processing plants. Child labor is already back in a lot of these rural communities. Okay? And on top of that, these new deregulation moves essentially serve to eliminate safety protocols in order to speed up production. And what you need to understand about speeding up production in pork and poultry processing is that speeding up production comes at a very human cost. It comes at the cost of limbs, at the cost of lives, at the cost of like human beings. People process that meat, not machines. I mean, people use machines, but like that's beside the point. Child processing plants. There are already children working in the processing plants, Rob Adler. That is already happening. So, like, when we're looking at this, the only reason this policy exists is to put more money in the pockets of the owners of these slaughterhouses and processing plants at the expense of their workers. You know, if the bosses of these plants can make, you know, $1,000 in profit and it comes at the cost of one child's hand, that's a price they're willing to pay. Full stop. That's a price they're willing to pay. And you have to ask yourselves, is that a price you're willing to pay? Are you willing to give your child's hand up in exchange for some rich fuck to have $1,000 more in his pocket? I wouldn't be. And then ask yourselves, hey, do I live near one of these processing plants? And if you do, maybe it's time to start thinking, hey, who can I work with to organize a union in this processing plant? It's a worthwhile question. We need to start these fights all over the country on a large scale. And you know what? Like, there is going to be pushback from the powers that be. But we need to do this. There needs to be thousands of workplaces. Didn't they cut funding to OSHA? You bet your bootstraps they did. I used to guard at Tyson in my town. Lee Kestner, I bet you have a lot of stories about that one. Some of these regulations are also so that animals won't suffer as bad as they could. Yep. It's true. And it's just like a never-ending, line of shit. And I do want to say one thing here, and that is we are not completely without folks who are starting to position themselves as champions of the working class and of veterans and of, folks who, generally speaking, are working hard for a living and trying to eke out some kind of existence, despite the fact that the state continually makes it clear that they are hated and despised. Okay? One of those people is Tim Walz, who has been doing rounds around the country, doing town halls in Republican districts. This is one such town hall in Iowa City. Just a short excerpt.
% of our workforce looking at a facility like Iowa City, that's 300 jobs out of the 2,550 employees that work there. We cannot survive that.
They're gutting and destroying. This isn't them running the government out of gas, because if that were true, we'd win an election, we'd pour gas in it, and we'd chug on down. This is them running the government out of oil, like running your car out of oil. They're breaking the systems. And what I would say to Patrick is, the VA is one of our strongest pushbacks to this, because I guarantee you find me a member of Congress who sits at a town hall and would answer that question and say, well, Patrick, those people just aren't working very hard, and besides, we don't care if veterans get care or not. They'll never say that. You can't find a politician who won't stand in front of a veteran. They won't stand behind them, though. And this is an issue of, do you stand with veterans? If you do, you should not have voted yes like your representative did to cut the VA. That's that simple.
Percent of our
like, guys, people in Republican districts are turning out to hear messages like this. Okay? People in conservative areas are turning out to hear this. They want answers. They want to know, hey, why are our elected representatives screwing us and then coming here to lie to our face? It is really a moment where I feel like I am seeing stuff I haven't seen before. Here is, and honestly, a lot of these protests, a lot of these town halls, they're not making a ton of big news, okay? Here is a march that happened in New York a couple days ago against cuts to food aid, cuts to SNAP, cuts to, Social Security, Medicaid, etc. And like, you can see in this, tons of people, many of them quite old. Snap cuts killed me, held by an elderly woman here. Death by Doge. Just a short little clip here, but like, people are starting to take action. And if these elderly people can get out there to protest, so can you guys. Okay? I know what my main demographic is, and I know you guys are not that old, generally speaking. So you guys need to get out there and protest. Because people in worse positions than you are doing that too. That's a lot of tombstone-shaped signs. Yeah, because they're trying to convey, hey, people are gonna fucking die. I'm gonna fucking die if these cuts go through. And also, like, just increasingly, folks, it's not necessarily being reported on by national media, but in local media, it's going around. ICE is starting to really hit home in a lot of local communities and take on kind of that Gestapo role, And I know that it's kind of been trite for a while to call ICE, the Gestapo, but like quite literally, this is some reporting from yesterday in local news to New Mexico. ICE disappeared 48 New Mexico residents, attorneys say. Like, people are gonna start waking up to this. It's not trite. Oh my god. You understand that my language is just to indicate that, like, sometimes people really jump on a bandwagon for a phrase. Like, okay, cool. I'm glad, because, like, man, I'm trying my best to like get through all this shit, and like it's so much. It's so fucking much. Like I mean, like if there's anyone who was like, oh man, Gestapo, you're being hyperbolic, it stopped being hyperbolic a little bit ago, you know. But yeah, in the first week of March, ICE says it arrested 4 dozen New Mexico residents as part of immigration raids in Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and Roswell. Now those people are unaccounted for, according to an American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico civil rights complaint filed Sunday, which alleges all 48 have been forcibly disappeared. What we know is people in our community are gone. Workers are gone. Family members are gone. Our neighbors are gone, said Marcela Diaz, founding executive director of Somos un Pueblo Unido. According to ICE's own announcement, it arrested most of these people not for criminal convictions, but for violations of civil immigration laws, such as illegal entry or re-entry after deportation. Diaz said Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and Roswell's mayors told members of her organization that they didn't know the arrests would happen, and that ICE had assured them they would only be going after people with criminal convictions. Oh my god. Guys, why are you getting hung up on this? Why are you getting hung up on the... Oh my god. You're right. You know what? You're right. You guys can like go do your own shows. Oh my god. Like I thought I was being pretty clear. I thought I was being pretty clear. Was I not being fucking clear enough? Was I not being fucking clear enough about the language? About like, hey, guess what? They are the Gestapo. Was I not being fucking clear enough? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it's incredible to me sometimes that I start a story and it's like, hey, 50 people got disappeared by this government organization that's completely unaccountable. And, you know, like, some people have been calling them the new Gestapo. And you know what? That's accurate now. And it's like, I don't know how you're hung up on the terminology for the organization when the material reality is 50 people are fucking missing. When an auditorium full of people are gone. I don't know, guys. Like, maybe I want to specify that sometimes in American politics, people have been calling FEMA the goddamn Gestapo. Do people not understand? Do you really want to get fucking pedantic today? Why? Like, why the pedantry? I don't understand. No, they're not trolls. They're people who've been here for a long ass time. It's just like, god damn it, guys. Can we focus on like the actual meat of the story? Where 50 people disappeared and we don't know where the fuck they are? God damn it. We have to means test the language, I guess. For fuck's sake. Yeah, we don't know what's happened to these 4 dozen New Mexicans. They've effectively disappeared. They're gone, said Becca Sheff, senior staff attorney with the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico, during a Monday news conference at the New Mexico legislature. The complaint states that neither ACLU-NM nor any other legal service providers have made contact with any of the people arrested. ICE's online detainee locator only allows people to be located by their names, dates of birth, countries of origin, or numbers assigned to them by DHS, it states. Attorneys who help people held New Mexico's 3 ICE detention facilities, the Otero County Processing Center, the Cibola County Correctional Center, and the Torrance County Detention Facility, are typically only able to conduct pre-representation or representation legal visits with detainees if they are able to identify them beforehand, the complaint states. And because of the way this is all set up, you cannot actually find them within the system. Yeah, the point I was trying to make, guys, is that if there was any doubts as to the hyperbolicness of it, because you know what? Can we just have a real talk? Because people are still hung up on the language. Can we just like have a real talk for a minute? Like, we have a leftist community here. We have a community full of lefties, okay? Like farther left than the typical American liberal. And American liberals often do not initially gravitate towards the, language that leftists apply accurately, mostly, to different government organizations and what they do, etc., etc., etc. And so one of the things that I was trying to do is that, hey, you disaffected liberal, you might have thought this term was being hyperbolic. Guess what? You hypothetical liberal in the audience. Oh, fuck. Rob Adler, I understand the chat's point. I'm doing my best to not go fucking ballistic. So please stop.
Eat the rich, not each other.
Mini-Me, good point. Thank you for the $5 dono. The point is that disaffected liberals think that the terminology was hyperbolic. So I'm trying to, for a larger audience, because my hope is that my content will not stay in a tiny niche audience, but instead attract larger people, larger audiences, people of a more mainstream persuasion to better, more, better political outcomes. My goal is not just to jerk off in a circle with you people. My goal is for us to grow our movement. And so when I say, like, hey, some people thought this was hyperbolic, but it's not. The point is to point out that it's fucking not!
Mom, alliteration baby, in a time where people are being kidnapped by the government, has retreated into another reality where she doesn't feel well because of the weird energy.
Yeah, and I think that is only going to be like a protection for a little while, One-Eyed Heathen. People can only check out for so long. So, anyway, the reason I use the language I do often is to try and appeal and to bring in people who might think similarly to us, but are primed for better politics. That is one of my goals as a communicator on politics. I want to radicalize people to better leftist progressive politics. Okay? That is one of my goals. And man, I don't know. Like, if you're here and you don't think people are going to be radicalized by the coming political strife and coming, like, economic strife, like, I don't think you understand politics. I don't feel like you've understood what I've been talking about, like, for months and years. You know, like, it's bullshit to act like this is some great awakening. And the reason I'm talking about all, like, have you wondered why in this segment I started off by talking about Social Security, and then I talked about, you know, meat processing plants, and then I talked about, you know, veterans, and then we talked about, you know, people protesting in the streets, and then we talked about ICE detainees? It's because no one single thing is going to radicalize everyone. It is a mosaic, a tapestry of pain and suffering, the likes of which none of us have ever experienced in America, that is coming home. And that this tapestry of suffering is going to radicalize people. And if you don't believe a single part of it is going to be a great awakening, that's correct. No single part of it is going to be. However, that being said, the totality of it is going to be destructive to human life and the continuance of human life in America on a mass scale. And so, like, you can say, oh man, people are just not going to care. And frankly, if you think that people are just going to lie down and fucking die in the streets quietly, I think that that is woefully, weirdly naive in the most nihilistic way possible. So, like, all I'm asking is that you understand the general thrust of where I'm going here, guys. Like, that's... We have people in chat right now who, like, have radicalized already in their politics because of what has happened. And there are only going to be more folks looking for answers for why is this happening? Why are they doing that to us? Why is my dad dying? I have no one near me that can see this, and the lib pandering made me feel unwelcome here. I gotta be honest. Like, if one sentence of trying to acknowledge that people outside of leftist spaces exist is going to make you feel unwelcome, like, man, you gotta like toughen up a little bit. You gotta toughen up just like a little bit. And if you feel like you have no one where you're at, you gotta go find someone. You gotta go find a group you can be a part of in your local community. Because that's exactly what I've been fucking talking about for months. That the only safety we have is by building community. And you don't build community by fucking sitting on your ass and not doing anything. You gotta go out there. You gotta go do shit. And if you don't have one in your local community, you gotta start one. Like, it's existential. It is not optional. So, like, I don't know, fucking toughen up a little bit, gird your fucking loins, and get out there and do something. My family has taken steps to prevent me from doing that. I'm on SSI because I can't do that shit. Then do it online. You're here. You're posting. Post for good. Figure out a way to do that. Don't take it out on me when I acknowledge that libs exist. We're doing phone banking for Susan Crawford. Get engaged in that. Get engaged in Invisible. There's countless things you can do online. If you are capable of being here and posting in this chat, there are things you can do. If you are capable of tone policing me when I acknowledge libs exist, you are capable of doing more that is productive. And I'm sorry that I'm yelling at you because you are clearly in a rough spot, and I do feel bad about that. Also, I'm fucking infuriated. And that is not your fault. Also, Sunshine, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's turn back to this issue of disappeared people in New Mexico. Also, I don't know why this is shifted up, but we'll figure that out. So, 4 dozen people in New Mexico go missing, cannot be contacted by their attorneys. No one here in New Mexico should have to live with this kind of fear that they or their loved ones could be picked up and effectively disappeared. And I want to add on to this earlier reporting that we talked about here on the channel, which is effectively that, hey, folks, if you are indigenous here in America and you are a member of a reservation or a tribe, you need to make sure you have your paperwork on you as a precaution. I know that folks across the southern United States, indigenous communities have been advising for folks to do that. But I'm also here just in case you missed that message. You should do that. Because one of the things, especially in tribes or nations that have, land on both sides of the border, ICE is targeting those communities as well. So make sure you have your paperwork on you. It could save you from being deported in a time of crisis. Okay? If they come knocking. Spencer Skater, yes, libs can do something to help out leftist causes. By radicalizing them into leftists. Yes. And honestly, if you just are opposed to the idea of radicalizing people to your politics, I don't believe you are capable of operating within politics. People who reject the notion that people can be radicalized to better political positions, I don't have time for it, because what the fuck are you doing engaging with politics in the first place? I have no time or patience for people who are here to stroke their own egos in order to completion. I don't have time for that. That was a luxury of a year ago. We don't got that anymore. We need to pull disaffected libs left so the fascists don't pull them right. Yeah, unironically. I mean, for fuck's sake, if my liberal, 74-year-old mom can start embracing leftist politics, the person who, 8 months ago was like, wait a minute, why do leftists dislike Hillary Clinton? Then no one is a lost cause. No one is a fucking lost cause. And honestly, Kalishna, one of the best things, especially if you are someone who is homebound for whatever reason, one of the best things you can do is make memes. Make leftist memes. I don't care if they're bad memes. I don't care if they're ugly memes. I don't give a shit. Make them. Okay? Some of the most effective political movements in history were done and propelled by memes, unironically. Anti-monarchist movements all across Europe have been fueled by pamphleteers with crude drawings making fun of their leaderships. And you know what? We got space to do it again. Do it 10 times harder than they did. They did that. They did all that with the fucking printing press. You can do it with the click of a few buttons. Yeah, I look. People let the couch fucker thing die. I want you to post couch fucking memes 10 times harder than you ever have before. You know? Get to it. Are you suggesting we meme? Look, if you're someone who's stuck at home and you can't get out and organize, or you're bored, yes, meme harder than you've ever memed before. Van Briggs, I would do it with weights, but I don't have my weights here. This is my alternative streaming setup. So, on top of that, folks, we got all kinds of protests sparking up across the United States. From earlier this week, veterans marched on Washington against the cuts to the VA, against the cuts to, their jobs. Veterans are being, one thing you should make note is in these massive governmental layoffs, veterans make up a third of all the federal workforce. So a bunch of unemployed, angry veterans now have a bunch of time in order to, march and protest in Washington, D.C. Worthwhile to keep in mind, especially because those cuts are going to keep coming. There's no sign that cuts to the VA, cuts to veteran employment are going to slow down. Okay? And one thing I would love everyone to do is share around this. This is from the ACLU of Massachusetts, Know Your Rights Family Preparedness Plan. Basically, this is a packet of information that you can download and give to your family members or to any folks with undocumented family or people who might be targeted by ICE, in order to let them know what their legal rights are and in order to give them concrete steps they can do if ICE comes to their door. This is just, disseminating information. Also very, very important. ICE is Immigrations and Custom Border Enforcement. Wait, no. Oh my God! Why am I having a mind fart? I for whatever reason my brain is trying to combine ICE with CBP. Fuck. This is what I get for streaming at 2 o'clock in the morning, huh? Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Thank you. Jesus. Do they deport people or something? Yes, that is what they do. Jesus. Yeah, and Droning Goddess, exactly. This kind of information actually works. ICE agents are like fae creatures, fae folk. You learn their rules, and they are bound to operate by them. And at least for now, which is nice, Take a look here. Got a few more points to make. One thing here is that, if you think people aren't going to feel economic pain even right away, one thing you need to understand is that the Trump plan currently involves throwing markets into chaos. Okay? And so while the cuts to, Social Security, the cuts to Medicaid and Medicare may take time, Chuck Schumer here kicked the can down the road by 6 months until September to vote on those cuts in the Senate. Other economic effects are going to be felt more imminently. And, one of the big narratives of the 2024 election was that a lot of people were pushed to vote for the Republican because generally people in America tend to view Republicans more favorably on economic issues and Democrats less favorably. And so the price of eggs became a big issue. Oop, sorry for knocking into my microphone there. And that being said, the price of goods is gonna go fucking nuts, guys. Here's Donald Trump's economics guy talking about it.
Ask you about something that you actually said last week, and we'll discuss it on the other side. Take a look.
Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream. The American dream is rooted in the concept that any citizen can achieve prosperity, upward mobility, and economic security.
Mr. Secretary, are you there essentially saying that the Trump administration is comfortable to have consumers pay more for goods in America?
Not at all, Kristen. What I was saying is the American dream is not let them eat flat screens. That if American families aren't able to afford a home, don't believe that their children will do better than they are. The American dream is not contingent on cheap baubles from China, that it is more than that, and we are focused on affordability, but it's mortgages, it's cars, it's real wage gains.
Do you acknowledge,
all of which, they want to make housing more expensive. They want to make cars more expensive. Like, they want to lower wages for the working class. Like, dude's also literally doing like a Marie Antoinette quote, like, "Oh, it's not let them eat flat screens." Like, what? What are you doing? Yeah, like Donald Trump literally put a tariff on vehicles. Like, I don't know. You know, it is. The juxtaposition between what the administration is saying and what the administration is actually doing is going to be revealed by, you know, by the actual economic situation, you know? What do you mean you don't want a mortgage on your car? Isn't that like actually a thing? Isn't like Mark Cuban like gonna like have like a mortgage on your car company in order to push people further into debt? I feel like I heard about that. But yes, that is a thing. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was actually Mark Cuban. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Who hasn't wanted to go into debt on their car? A fucking depreciable asset. God. God. Is that surprising? No, it's just like, I don't know. It's like another nail in the coffin of our dystopia, you know? And when I say that, it's not to say that like dystopia is dying, it's just becoming a powerful vampire. Haven't car loans been a thing for a long time? Isn't car mortgage just a different name? Well, the thing is, I believe the idea is that you can have a loan on your car, own the car, and then mortgage the car. You know, effectively go double in debt for your car. In order so that you can then use the money to then pay for other things outside of your car. It's insane. A 30-year car loan is not normal. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking crazy. Used car sales are going to go up? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You use your car as collateral for liquid cash deposit. Yeah, people in chat have been saying it's essentially a payday loan, and yeah, it's a payday loan with collateral, essentially. I firmly believe that this is like an even lower thing. Like, you would get your payday loans, but then if you get in too deep with the payday loan lender, you get a car mortgage in order to pay off your payday loans. And now you're indebted to the car loan, the car mortgage company instead of the payday lender. You know? It is a death spiral of debt. And like people are feeling this, guys. Like, people are already feeling the crunch and seeing like the effects of some of this, as tens of thousands of federal workers get fired.
Been in Spokane.
Here's from a GOP town hall that happened yesterday.
For 39 years from New Jersey. I've never been involved in politics before, but this is getting really scary. Okay, so the things that frighten me is the way this insane president talks about Canada as a 51st state. Taking Panama by force and buying Greenland. How does this person qualify as sane? Why is he not being impeached right now?
Look at this. Far be it from me to like criticize someone for having rosy cheeks. I am currently sitting in an extremely hot basement, but like, dude looks like he's blushing. Dude looks like he is embarrassed as fuck. Look at the, far be it from me to play amateur body language expert, but look at the sloping, drooped shoulders, the hands clutched like a chastened child, and chastised child. Yeah, this man knows he's kind of politically boned. Also, can I just say, like, the vibe of him being like a naughty boy is emphasized by the fact that he's sitting in a cartoonishly oversized chair. Like, it zooms out. And he's literally shrinking down into a corn cob. Like, dog, you're getting standing ovations at your Republican town hall for impeaching the president of your own party. This is Washington. Yeah.
So, in short, I don't support us absorbing Canada. Canada, that would be like taking. Canada's been a good neighbor.
Then why do you fucking support a president that's threatening them on a daily basis, you fucking principleless ghoul? Like, my God.
Canada is much more liberal and left-wing than the United States. If we took Canada...
Yeah, they've been a good neighbor to us, but we should never take them over because they're too left-leaning, is one of the fucking most brain-dead positions. I'm not assuming it. I'm assuming every word out of his mouth is a cowardly lie. Like, I don't know what... Guys, I don't know how you watch my show and you come along thinking that, like, I believe every word out of a politician's mouth. Like, please, for the love of God, can we not do this? Can we not do this? Please? Like, for fuck's sake. It's just funny.
Taking Canada would be like taking another California. It would tilt things towards the Democrats.
Yeah, why would we want one of the largest economies in the world to be part of our country? Why that's just silly. They're too left-leaning. We don't want that. tens of millions of left-leaning people. Oh, disgusting. And like, I just, no, hey, you know, like, I'm just a simple country streamer, but I just think that maybe taking over Canada and like waging a war of aggression for no fucking reason to try and like, you know, harm our neighbors just seems like a bad thing to do on principle. Like, you don't have to say it's bad because it would make us socialists or some nonsense like that. Like, it's just the wrong thing to do. It's just bad politics. It's just not neighborly. And like, I know that sounds kind of like saccharine, but like genuinely I think like the argument, hey, it's actually like they're great neighbors to us. It's not neighborly to go in and shoot and kill people who live in your neighbor's house. That's not neighborly, in fact. I think that actually resonates with a lot of people in America because most people in America have a genuinely positive image of Canada. You know? We don't want them filthy liberals. Seeing these cucks backpedal is somewhat funny. I agree. I think it's funny. They're backpedaling in the dumbest possible ways. Also, like they're literally booing him for saying this shit, which is insane.
Taking Canada would be like taking another California. It would tilt things towards the Democrats. Yeah. If we took Canada, the Republicans would never have control again, so we don't want that to happen. On the other two, if we could get Greenland peacefully, I'm all for.
Oh my god. They're cheering the party never being in power again. This is wonderful. And yeah, sure. Is it possible that a protest group infiltrated this town hall? Absolutely. But also, this guy is clearly shaken. And if this is the work of like a protest org or the work of like just genuine like a rise of class consciousness of some kind, either way, I'm very happy. You know, either way, it is it is an indication that people are getting up and doing something, and I like to see any indication of that.
For it, and we should have never given up Panama.
This is a question that comes from Barbara and can serve as our concluding question for the night regarding checks and balances between the different branches of government. Given the trajectory of the administration, the continued agreement of the Republican Party, is there a line in the sand for you? That is to say, is there any point at which you might stand up and tell them no? What is...
Good question. I also am curious about that.
In the interest of your people in Eastern Washington, what is your line in the sand?
Well, in general, I swore an oath to the Constitution. It's very serious to me. I swore an oath to the Constitution before I went to Iraq.
In general, in general, I swore an oath to the Constitution. Don't you know?
I swore an oath to the Constitution becoming a member of Congress. I would say that I understand this room is different than the rest of Eastern Washington, but you guys, you are.
I'm not gonna lie. The more of these I see, like, even if this is a bunch of protesters showing up, and I don't know if that is the case or not. I want to be clear. I do not know if that is the case or not. This is, I still think, incredibly effective at making these people look bad and shaking them and making them afraid of their voters. You know, like I whether this is real or like, you know, coordinated, I think this is great. I think this is great.
So
I really don't think they're just a bunch of protesters. That's even better. I think it is so much better if they are not just a bunch of protesters, but like either way, I'll take it, you know? I'll fucking take that. Ah! There we go. I think I enabled the alert box. Mini-Me, thank you for the $5 dono. If the US did take Canada, it would have the greatest electoral... No, fuck. No, Mini-Me. Understand something here. And that is, that if the United States invaded Canada, it would very much be like a, you know... Hitler invading Russia situation, you know, like you don't go and invade the colder climes. It doesn't work out well, you know, like don't do that. So many people would die for no reason. They're like no reason. And also, if we invaded Canada, the fascists aren't going to give them a voting bloc. You know, like, it's not, yeah, dismiss that idea.
I think, and I'm not saying you're being, I'm not saying you're being disingenuous in your heart of hearts, but you have a perception that America is spiraling to some kind of a constitutional crisis. Yeah. And
you know, my favorite part about this, and I know it's subtle, is just the gasps of air he's taking into the microphone. I think that indicates he's genuinely cooked.
Every GOP town hall has become the opposite of when J.D. Vance brought crowds to interviews to boo the media in agreement with J.D. Republican says something Trump, they boo. Except these are real people.
Yup. Just listen to that.
And by and large, while I would have some disagreements with President Trump on some things like tariffs and some other issues, by and large, what people of America see, what people of Eastern Washington see, is President Trump delivering on his promises. And so...
Well, numerous town halls are scheduled.
Incredible stuff. I haven't been able to find the full town hall. I would have loved to see the entire thing, but that was about the most of the town hall that I could see. I wanted to compare it, just out of curiosity. I wanted to compare it to this February 3rd town hall from this same lawmaker here. Let's see.
Expanded by both Presidents Roosevelt's and then was somewhat reformed by Jimmy Carter. But I do worry about a retaliatory tariff war and what it would mean for our farmers and other issues, so we'll have to see on what happens there. I'm glad you care about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
We all know that there's more household income for
I'll repeat the question. Why don't you tell me a question, I'll just repeat it.
Just a hypothetical, what if California and Oregon defect to Canada? We would be screwed.
I'm not engaging with that hypothetical.
If you're in part of the education or part of that, with all of the outgoings that we have right now going to different organizations in the departments, I really feel we do not even need to have a federal education department. There's a lot of them, I think, that need to go by the wayside. We're costing us billions of dollars and we're not getting anything back home. So I just wonder what you thought about maybe getting rid of some of these organizations that we really don't need.
Man, it must be so easy to be like elderly and just say, well, I don't think we need a Department of Education. You know, like, dog, why do you think you get a say in it? Like, what yeah, obviously you don't think the Department of Education does anything for you. Your education happened, 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
The question was about, he brought the Department of Education, which whether we need a federal Department of Education, which I think was started in the 70s by Carter, and then whether that needs to be there, what other agencies could be downsized. Is that what your question was? Yeah, I mean, again, in general, I'm someone that wants to have as much power in decision-making at the local level as possible. There's too much power in decision-making in DC, try to move it back here. When I was in the state legislature, when I first got in there, actually I worked with Governor Christine Gregoire, of all people, to take 5 government agencies and consolidate them into 2, because we actually reduced the number of government agencies there. There used to be a state printer in Washington State, and every time we were talking about government doing things it didn't need to do, you'd say, do you really need an office of the state printer, which ironically also used to use taxpayer dollars to lobby members of the legislature to create its own existence. But you have to look at the overall.
That is currently happening at the Office of Personnel Management.
Yes.
I mean, like, okay, I was wondering if it was all gonna be kind of like along the same lines of like, I think we should get rid of the Department of Education. What do you think about that, sir? And then like, some people being like, well, I think we should get rid of the Department of Education. Actually, thank you very much. And next question. And I'm really glad. I think we found that people in Eastern Washington are actually maybe a bit more engaged in this district.
At the Office of Personnel Management, I was meant to get out the.
Question over here? Yeah.
Got it. All right, works half the time. Okay, my name is Michelle Kelso. I have been on active duty for 23.5 years. This is my husband, Alan. Together we have over 45 years of active duty service, much of it in military intelligence. As your supervisor, I would like you to tell us what you're going to do to prevent this coup that is currently happening at the Office of Personnel Management.
Yes.
What are you going to do to prevent our president from taking the power? I have to apologize for my outburst when I burst out laughing when you talked about people just grabbing power, which is exactly what has been happening in the last 2 weeks.
That's right. Yes.
Okay, so I was kind of curious to see if there was a change in tone and tenor here. And I think that like what we've seen is that it is the in the span of 1 month, this is February 3rd, okay? Month and a half, I guess. The town hall for the same politician that we looked at just prior to this was from March 17th. In the span of a month and a half, we've expanded how many people are showing up to these town halls to protest and make their will known to their elected representative. And that's pretty astonishing. We've gone from a small room full of impassioned people clapping on someone in a trans shirt, and now we're at an auditorium full of people clapping on people in trans shirts. It's nice. It's nice to see.
Free Donald Trump from committing all these atrocious acts that are going to ruin our economy, ruin our government.
That's a change, looks like.
And ruin our national standing in the world. The world is laughing at us.
Yes, they are.
So, as your supervisor, what are you going to do to prevent our country to go into ruins?
Excellent question. I'm going to put that one in the same category as the other one as a statement.
No, she asked a question. In other words,
Dude's literally just be like, I don't want to answer that.
in other words, you're not going to do anything.
Let him speak. He needs to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the first thing I want to say is, you said you represent all of us, and one of the things that bothered me about your presentation today was that you talked about how Democrats are not, generally speaking, good people. I think you can tell us.
I'll disrupt you. He did not say that.
I'm speaking right now. I think you can tell us without partisanship about the workings of Congress, and I think that would help. Now, here's my question. You talked about forests, but during the course of your discussion about forests, you didn't say anything about the environment. They can't thin trees in California, around LA, and that place burned like heck. And my neighbors up here, because they live in a fire zone, are seeing their insurance policies cut, actually refused coverage. We know because of where we live that we're being categorized as in a burn area. And so undoubtedly we're going to see real changes as far as insurance is concerned. Environment and economy are linked in those two. And so I think probably we ought to be talking about environment too.
Yes.
I mean, like, it's a good way to phrase a question to make him look like a fucking asshole when he, you know, out of necessity to protect his political views, has to say, fuck the environment.
I think, let me just say the Democrat thing, you know, one of the reasons I pointed out that that we had significant Democrat support of those bills was because, again, I do think that bipartisanship, good ideas are good ideas, whether from Republicans or Democrats, and it's good when folks work together. And I was very pleased to do that when I worked with Governor Gregoire, so I mentioned that on reducing the government agencies and everything. So certainly don't want to give anyone the impression I think Democrats are bad people. Quite the opposite of that. Yeah. Well, that, sometimes you gotta call a spade, and that's what
You know, oh no, the worst person you know just said just had a great point. We all hate Chuck Schumer over here.
So I'm not here to sugarcoat it, you know, either. It's just because, look, I do represent you, doesn't mean we agree on everything when it comes to constituent relations and those other things, but yeah, as you can see, there's gonna be some key things that we disagree on, you know, in this room, and that's why the process works.
Answer her question, please.
Well, it's the same question we heard before. You be very clear that, again, Elon Musk works on behest of the president. The president in charge of the executive branches.
I can't hear
That's
that.
like saying the president stole it. It's the executive branch agency. You can't say the president stole your aid. He was elected president. He's head of the executive branch. That's how our constitutional system is set up.
Like, man, he's getting cooked by, like, I don't know, a dozen people in this room of maybe 24 people. It's kind of nuts. And you know, we're gonna duck out of this one because I want to see and now compare it back to the full one, which Dragonfly in Riverboat Chat was kind enough to find for us.
Good evening.
Oh, the audio.
My name is Bert Emerson, and it's a moment to engage as a people.
This year to do, I represent all or parts of 12 counties in eastern Washington, and it's my hope that we can do at least one town hall in every county this year. I'm fighting a little bit of a cold here, so bear with me if I'm coughing a little bit. We have 5 little kids at home, and it's kind of a germ factory at our house right now.
Oh man, it's a germ factory over at your house? If only you supported vaccinations.
Now with school, and I should always say, we face the most complex.
We'll start with this question over here.
Senator said that Trump is defying court orders and abusing wartime powers to deport people with no due process. We're not at war, and Donald Trump is not a king. He is not above the law. What will you do to make sure he doesn't defy court orders and make a stand for the Constitution and democracy?
Y'all, that's question number 1. Question number 1 to an auditorium full of applause. I'm actually kind of blown away. Here, maybe I can make this, maybe I can make the audio output for you guys. Maybe I can make it stereo. Maybe I can fix it for you guys. Microphone mix. I don't want the microphone mix. Nope, not working. Sorry. Guys, I'm gonna have to put up with the audio the way it is. Look at that. Oh man, he's fucking pissed. Do you see that, guys? Do you see that? The look of murder on that man's face? Look at that.
Well,
oh man.
So you certainly have playing out right now an Article 1 versus Article 2 sort of tension. You know, Article 1, Congress is...
Yeah, an Article 1 versus Article 2 kind of tension. If only we had some kind of way of knowing which one might supersede the other, you know? Like some kind of, I don't know, ordering system, you know, like a numerical value attached to each article that might allow us to interpret things in a presumed order of importance, like, say, Article 1 versus Article 2. If only we had a system like that. Do you know Republicans can't count?
House Article 2 says executive authority is entrusted in a president. And within the powers of the president, you know, the top line authority that he has is national security, is the commander in chief. So...
No, actually. Fun fact for this lawmaker, no. The president cannot simply deport someone with no due process. That is not, in fact, a constitutional power that he has. If he could, I'm just throwing out there, hypothetically, if the president had this power, the president could simply, from a position of complete immunity, deport, say, all of his political opposition. You know? Deport his, opposition in Congress. Say a sitting member of Congress could get deported. Like, say we elect Joe Biden 3.0 in 2036. Joe Biden 3.0 could deport you for being a Republican. That is what you are currently arguing right now. Don't give them ideas.
So, you know, it's not good, it's not healthy for the Republic to have court orders that are not being obeyed. It's also...
He's upset that they're cheering something he said because it's so inconvenient to him. This is actually fucking hilarious. I'm so glad we found this full video.
It's also not healthy for the Republic when you have district judges that probably don't have the authority issuing national-wide injunctions. So,
you know, what's really funny about that is that he used the word a district judge probably doesn't have the authority to issue a nationwide injunction, except that it's a district federal judge. It's a judge for the federal government on federal issues. So, actually, yes, a federal judge does have authority over federal matters. That's why they're called federal judges. It's not difficult to figure out. Guys, we've gone in a Republican district. In a Republican district, we've gone in the space of a month and a half from a room of about 24 people with about a dozen, older folks yelling at this guy, making him feel a fool, to an entire auditorium of people clapping and cheering as, they ask him questions that is going to require him to debase himself. And then they boo him when he does. It's honestly, I've never seen anything quite like it.
So let's get...
Look at that.
So, and you've seen
this looks like it's about a 4 times larger gathering than the one previously. Damn.
This with, each and every president. So just as Joe Biden... Well, you know what?
They're literally shouting him down with no kings. That's incredible.
Probably not a lot of lessons for the kids scout troop right now. But listen, when Joe Biden was doing stuff like,
well, they're not even booing. They're not booing him for criticizing Biden. They're booing him for saying that Joe Biden did the same thing that Donald Trump is doing. That Joe Biden was, deporting U.S. citizens and U.S. green card holders and stuff like that. And they're booing a very obvious lie. And honestly, at this point, I hope you guys are watching this with the lens of, hey, this is where things are right now in a deeply conservative district after a month and a half. Where does this go? Where does this go if we give it another month and a half? Another 3 months? And I want you then to picture, where does this go in 6 months when the next budget bill comes up? Okay? When the next budget bill comes up in 6 months, in the span of a month and a half, we have quadrupled the size, the turnout size to Republican town halls. And you are hearing massive amounts of boos. In 4 times that amount of time, where do you get? Where do you get when people start realizing through word of mouth, through their workplace, through the grapevine, that, hey, if this budget goes through, you're losing your VA benefits, you're losing your health care, you're losing your Medicaid, you're losing your ability to continue to live? Where does that bring this type of turnout? Because I think that in 6 months, people are going to be so much angrier than this. Well, Vox Syndicate, I do think that it's going to take longer than that for Granny to be kicked out of her retirement home, because in 6 months we have the budget vote. The cuts to Medicaid and Social Security, well, the cuts to Medicaid at the very least, and Medicare, and a more full understanding to what's happening to Social Security is going to break through if you give it 6 more months, and if people keep being loud about this, and if people keep showing up to these town halls, and if people keep organizing, if you guys keep organizing. Because where we're at with this, guys, is when you organize with in your local political groups, in your local political party, in your local DSA, in your local, soup kitchen, what have you, you can start to flex your power at events like these. You can start to flex your power and improve things in your community. And that is going to snowball big time. Building out that foundation now provides a bigger springboard for 6 months from now. And I know things seem really bleak right now, but I need you to understand, we need to put in the work now so that we can do even more later. You know? Because there are going to be people 6 months from now who are just then entering the fight. Just then getting involved. And things are bleak. But the thing that I take heart in is this type of public backlash growing even in the heart of Republican territory.
So,
how will this change if Trump declares martial law? If Trump declares martial law, it's going to escalate. Like, martial law does not cool off how people are feeling. Like, you can declare martial law all you want, but like, I don't know, you just pissed off like all the veterans and like all the lower ranked people in the military. Like, okay, declare martial law. I guess we're gonna see what happens with state militias, with state national guards. We're gonna see what happens when the dice are down. You know? Do you think this could end in violence? I think that Donald Trump very much hopes it does. But I do think that they are not currently positioned for that. I do not think our military is going to be so easily duped into abandoning the Constitution as to fire on protesters underneath the banner of No Kings with a picture of Donald Trump on it. You know, I don't think we're that cooked. I don't think we have an army ready to like lay down their lives for a goddamn child king. Especially when their days are getting cut, their pay is getting cut, their families rely on the VA, their families rely on, you know, Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, when their loved ones are affected by cuts to those systems. And when, you know, frankly, let's take a look, let's just stop and remember something here. And I was going to talk about this later, but like, let's talk about it right now. Okay? Real fucking quick. Where is this? I think I put it under the horrors segment of stream, which I don't think we're going to get to today, which is nice. Yeah, like, guys, I don't think when we have the military like taking down historical monuments and mentions of various heroes to Americans, I don't think that the military is on board with this. Like, frankly, like, guys, when we look at what's happening here, the military removed mention today of Jackie Robinson, you know, like the baseball player who integrated American baseball. You know, like, they're taking down mention of the Navajo Code Talkers, arguably a group of American soldiers, indigenous American soldiers who helped win World War II for the Allies. You know, they're taking down mentions of, you know, some of the, frankly, some of the, like, most important people and companies in American history. One of which, this is a great example. JACL condemns Trump erasure of the 442nd and 100th Infantry Battalion. For those of you who don't know, this is basically an erasure of any mention of these two areas. And this is a group of Japanese Americans who fought in World War II, guys. Mention of the Tuskegee Airmen. I believe they reinstated the Tuskegee Airmen on their website, but like there are so many other groups that aren't being reinstated, you know? They are doing so much. Yeah, this is the most decorated battalion in the war. The Harlem Hellfighters. They're taking down so many of these groups, and I gotta tell you guys, people in the military don't like that shit. People in the military don't like that. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. The URLs are either changed or the pages are just inaccessible. Here is one of the deeds done by let's see, which regiment was this? Yeah, the 442nd. In one action, Kazuo Masuda ordered his men back and advanced through heavy fire, hauling a mortar. For 12 hours, he engaged in a single-handed barrage of Nazi positions. Several weeks later, at Casino, Kazuo staged another lone advance. This time it cost him his life. And, like, in exchange for that service, for, like, a soldier and a company that, like, laid down their lives for America to fight fascism, to be summarily erased from the historical record in the eyes of the military? Nah. Anyone who has studied U.S. military history, like, knows about these groups. Okay? Yeah, removal of the 101st Airborne, integrating schools in Arkansas. Yep. And, like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, a lot of like the libraries on military bases. We talked about this like a couple weeks ago about how libraries on military bases are having their libraries purged of books that talk about fucking slavery. You know? That talk about basic issues related to race. It's disgusting. You know? It's disgusting. Aged Gouda, don't say that to folks in chat. Don't say that to folks in chat, because you know what? When you say that to folks in chat, you're just saying it to your mother. Why do you want your mother to die like that? It's a terrible thing to say. Anyway. Let's see. So, yeah, I do think that if things get violent, like, you know, they may, though I suspect true violence won't outbreak until after they pass those tax cuts, if they are able to pass those tax cuts. So let's hope that we can stop that from happening. But this fills me with a certain amount of hope that by the time things get that bad in 6 months, we may have been able to organize a bit stiffer resistance to what these absolute, you know, I want to call them dogs in the government want to do, but like that does a disservice to adorable and loyal companions.
Let us let the congressman answer, please.
So, for example, when each president, for example, when Joe Biden decided to unilaterally release...
Well, Mithril, that's why part of what we need to do between now and then is get Chuck Schumer to resign. We need to be constantly calling on our elected officials to call on Chuck Schumer to get him to resign. And if you want to do that, you can do that with this link here that allows you to email your senator and ask them to call on Chuck Schumer to step aside. Look at this. Indivisible has a handy little thing here. You just fill it out. We need to make it happen. So let's make it happen. Call your senator, even if you have a Republican one. Yup. You guys all got real good at calling the other day. Let's keep calling. Hello, Jazz Dog.
Leave student debt. You may have agreed with the process.
Also, folks, we've been going for over 3 hours. Sorry, I just checked the timestamp here. We've been going for over 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button on the YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. And please, remember, you all are the ones that make this show possible. I would not be able to do it without your assistance. Because, folks, this is still a small channel. I'm not Hassan Big. But you know what? One day we're going to be bigger. Bigger than Hassan, baby. Let's go. Bigger and possibly more radical than Hassan. Let's go! Pluvius, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And I'm realizing the alert box is
in
down.
the wild.
There we go.
You can out-patriot them and they might listen to you.
True, Pluvius. It is worthwhile to learn the language of patriotism. It's good to learn these legendary military divisions because if you meet a jingoist in the wild, you can out-patriot them and they might listen to you. Yep. Can establish your dominance, your intellectual dominance. Lady Raincloud, totally understand. And you know, if you can, maybe take a day off. You know, turn off the blue sky, because holy moly, have I found that blue sky is just a machine that serves me sadness. You know, yesterday I actually just put I did skeet a lot. That is a failing of mine. But I did put down my skeeting machine long enough to read a book, which was really fun. I haven't had the time or the brain to read a book, and putting down the sadness machine helped. I have an executive steering committee meeting, a working group meeting, and 2 protests this week. Damn, girl! Hope you take a little break once you get through all that. You're what? On Blue Sky, they call posts skeets. Keep up with the exercise. You know, when I'm at my partner's house, I can't. We don't have an elliptical, but we're gonna be starting our exercising to fitness videos arc, and it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I finished reading How to Become the Dark Lord or Die Trying, which was very fun, about a little bisexual chaos imp, a human, but like just bisexual chaos incarnate, who gets isekai'd into a fantasy setting, but it's like 1,000 years after she got isekai'd into a fantasy setting, and she's just been dying and respawning, and she's just fucking had it and decided that instead of trying to save this godforsaken kingdom full of ungrateful pieces of shit, she's gonna destroy it by becoming the Dark Lord herself. And it's a fun adventure romp. I'm not gonna lie. A light novel? No, it's actually just a novel. That sounds like a self-insert. Maybe. What book is that again? How to Become the Dark Lord or Die Trying. Do you read queer literature or any literature? I like reading fantasy fiction in my spare time. I will read like political books too, like histories of like neoliberalism and stuff, but like I really have been needing some light reading, so I decided to go with that. Yeah, by Django Wexler, which is what a goddamn cool name. Well, Lady Raincloud, I'm here to tell you that there are sexy fox people in this setting and sexy orcs. Sexy muscle orcs. And, you know, it's fun. I like it. Read Name of the Wind. Name of the Wind is fun. As one of the best opening pages in fantasy. Let's return to this shit show that I'm actually enjoying so much. This might just be its own segment.
So,
good night, Nick Leftist.
Okay, we have a second question over from this side, I believe.
Well, that makes it very awkward.
Let's get to more questions, please.
My question's about Social Security, Mike.
Oh, you stepped in it. You stepped in it, Mike.
Americans have been paying into Social Security Trust Fund since we were teenagers. The promise was that those trust fund dollars would support our grandparents and our parents, and eventually one day we would be supported as well. This administration is firing staff, closing off.
Do you think Republicans even realize how much trouble they are in? Oh, Vox Syndicate. I think events like this that are getting bigger every single time they do them indicates to me that they are starting to get an inkling.
Offices and are on the path towards privatizing Social Security, absolutely following the Project 2025 blueprint. While Social Security remains one of the most effective programs in the U.S., with the least amount of fraud of any agency. If millionaires and billionaires paid their fair share in Social Security contributions...
True. Get rid of the cap.
Our trust fund would be solvent. I timed it. It's 45 seconds. Be quiet.
Damn, son.
Will you commit to supporting legislation that raises the unfair cap on Social Security taxes so that millionaires and billionaires actually pay their fair share? Yes or no?
Dog, listen to those fucking cheers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, I have never seen anything like this. Look at that. It's a standing ovation by practically every single person in this room. I don't know how this isn't the segment that gets put into the CNN clips. I mean, maybe I do know, but like, this is someone clip this from my stream and make it go viral. Wow. I don't know, like, this makes me hopeful, guys. This makes me hopeful. When I see this, like, I think, hey, maybe we're not cooked yet. Maybe we actually have some fight left in us. Maybe our organizing efforts are going to pay off. Maybe we actually have hope. Maybe we actually have a future. Let's get into DSA. Let's get into our local Dems. And folks, if you need help doing that, you can join our Discord. Message Dragonfly to get in touch with your local Dems. Message GamerG to get in touch with your local DSA. Let's make this work. Let's be a part of the solution together, huh? Let's get more people out to these town halls. Let's host our own if our own areas aren't having them. Let's roast these motherfuckers on stage.
So we're certainly not touching Social Security, and there's going to be no cuts to benefits. Okay. And no, I don't support increasing that tax. Next question. I just say that we just came off an election. We did 7 debates in the election. This question came up in every debate that I did, and I had the exact same answer. So.
He looks so defeated. Oh my god. Like, I mean, look at his posture versus like the posture of like the moderator here. Like, the moderator is unbothered, moisturized, staying in his lane. You know, his only job is to read these questions. Meanwhile, this guy's just like, my spirit has been broken.
No, I do not support increasing the Social Security tax.
Okay, so now I have, we have a couple of student questions that I'm going to ask to move to the mics, but first a question from some of our written submissions. This is from Shade about the topic of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency.
Oh my god. Do you see his face? He's like, oh, let's do some student questions. I'll get some softballs. Our first question comes from Doge. Just like, look at how his face
Shade
changes.
About the topic of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency.
I wish I had the soundboard. Just can we get oh my god. Just real quick here.
DOGE. This is from Shade about the topic of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. The question reads, I want to start by thanking you for holding this town hall today. DOGE claims to have already saved the American taxpayer more than $115 billion. But as of this morning, its published receipts amount to less than 35. Of the receipts which have been published, they contain material inaccuracies and overstatements. Do you believe the figures reported by Elon Musk and his agency to be accurate?
Well, so what the important thing that has to happen with the DOGE cuts is that because there are a lot of college students here, and this is, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a civics event directed towards the college students. So, I mean, can you all just stand up and yell real loud for a little while and get it out of your system a little bit so we can actually have a conversation?
Oh god. god! Oh, he's fucking giving up. Oh my god!
So, let me say something, Doge. Okay, so it is appropriate, just as like Bill Clinton and every other president has done, to look at trying to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from government. And again, some of the...
You know, weirdly enough, Bill Clinton managed to do all that without Doge existing or coming in to lie about it.
Some of the things that government is doing are good things, but we just can't afford them as much anymore.
You know, remember that idea you just poo-pooed about taxing the wealthy? I think maybe we could afford them if we, you know, kept having the wealthy pay their fair share. I think maybe we could still do that. I'm just spitballing here. I'm just a simple country streamer.
Again, the $37 trillion in debt is a real issue.
Yeah, which is why we're going to increase our debt by giving the biggest tax cut in world history to the richest people in world history. Yeah, makes sense.
So
No. You see, Kaname the Alpha, the inspectors generals may have provided some oversight, but you know, sometimes you can have too much of a good thing, and so, you know, we got rid of the inspectors general so that we would have less of a good thing, which would be the ideal amount of a good thing, which is 0. See, it makes sense when you do the math.
But what's important with the Doge cuts is that they need to, that money doesn't go away just because Doge identifies it. It has to come back to Congress that has the power of the purse to do what would be called rescissions.
Oh, that's so weird, because that's not happening, you dumb fuck. You malign actor, you.
So, if the executive branch identifies some spending, it doesn't mean that the money goes away.
They're firing the workers that the money is appropriated to go to. You disingenuous fuck.
But there is an opportunity called rescission where the Congress... You know, Doge has made some mistakes. I mean, they have talked about that. So that's why I was one of the legislators in a bipartisan fashion that said if someone is mistakenly fired by the executive branch during their probationary period and then rehired, they wouldn't lose their probationary status. I think that's just common sense. So, yeah. Well, I mean, the president is the head of the executive branch, so he gets to run the executive branch.
Yeah, except that Congress is the one who appropriates funds for different departments. And the president doesn't get, and it's established law, the president doesn't get unilateral authority to not spend the money appropriated by Congress, which is what they're doing.
But I certainly want to live in a republic where if the Congress says that the executive branch should spend money, that they need to spend that money. So again, it does have to go back to Congress, and that's how
it has to go back to Congress before the mass firings take place, ding dong.
The process should work.
Okay, I have a second written submission, and again, if students could move to the microphones to be prepared to ask their questions next. The second question comes from Haley and the topic of the category of the Constitution. As a mother of 3, I'm afraid that my children won't have as many rights as I have right now. The current administration is saying it's illegal to peacefully protest in front of Tesla, that it's illegal for networks such as CNN to speak out against Trump, that funding will be pulled from colleges that allow peaceful protests. How do you plan to protect our liberties in the Constitution?
Damn, these questions are really good.
So, you know, our First Amendment right is our First Amendment. Our first most important right is our First Amendment right. You know, everything else follows from that, and you know, we're getting I mean this sincerely, a good example of that here tonight. You guys certainly have the right to address your government and share your opinions as well too. I think that,
you know, what's clear is when it crosses the line into violence or support for terrorism or when it marginalizes the rights of other folks.
Yeah, like the marginalizes the rights of folks like poor whittled Tesla.
And so
when you bully Tesla, you're actually bullying the man Nikola Tesla, and his ghost still feels the emotional pain. Oh, Zula Gotia, you might be the audio for this is only in the right earphone for whatever reason. It's only right-sided audio, and I don't have a way of fixing that.
So we know when it comes just on the college campus, you know, on the college campus issue, just because we're on a college campus, you know, I think you really saw some dangerous and egregious violation of the rights of some of our Jewish students. Well,
I'm not using OBS, Jazz Dog.
I think if you spoke on a one-on-one basis with some of the Jewish students at Columbia University and other campuses, they would.
Yeah, sorry. Criticizing a state is not the same as criticizing people. If that were the case, like anyone criticizing America would be guilty of bigotry against Americans, which is obviously silly. You know, otherwise, Donald Trump saying things about like how America is so filthy and dirty now, and he's going to make it great again, implying that it's not great now, would literally be hate speech. Like, would literally be not protected speech. It would not be protected speech to say MAGA. So, like, I don't know if this is the road you want to go down, buddy.
You would be convinced that what they were subjected to was not people expressing the First Amendment rights, that they were subjected to terrorism and harassment and really infringed upon their rights. So that really is the balance that the government, you know, is trying to strike, that we should all be trying to strike, is expressing your First Amendment.
I'm actually taken aback by this.
Okay, at this time, can we move to the student question? Okay, we have a couple of students who have prepared questions for tonight, so if we can start with those. And we will take both student questions
oh my
together,
God.
and I think that you can respond to both.
Hi, thank you for coming here tonight. I want to dig a little deeper into something you brought up at the beginning, and that's come up a few times. After the president's joint address to Congress, you said, the American people know who President Trump is. If he gets insulted, if he gets verbally hit, he hits back. But you continued, quote, with that being said, I wish that wasn't the discourse in America, and I wish there was more civility. I think many people here would agree that we need more civility in our public discourse from both sides of the aisle. But it doesn't seem that we always agree about what civility means. So first, can you define more civil discourse? And second, how do we change our discourse going forward? As an elected official, what do you think your role is in that change, especially, as you noted, our highest officials themselves are using less than civil rhetoric? What can we do as citizens, and what can institutions like Whitworth do?
Thank you. That's a great, excellent question.
Second question.
I think we're going to try to do
take
three.
two.
Then,
These are connected, so.
I'm to be here today.
I'd love to hear your year in major as well, too.
Sure. My name's Dylan. I'm a senior studying political science and environmental studies. My question is, the current presidential administration has taken significant measures to unilaterally rescind or impound non-discretionary funding, which conflicts with its political priorities. This has been happening since Ukraine in 2019 with Trump. And as you mentioned, the branches of government were never designed to be co-equal. These executive orders stand in stark tension with Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution, which establishes Congress as the branch solely responsible for matters of taxation and spending. So how will you leverage your personal fiscal policy expertise from regional and statewide office to help return Congress to its constitutional authority on budgetary matters?
I don't think he's got a good answer for that one, guys. I'm going out on a limb here. I don't think this this elected official has a good answer for that one. I think you might be cooked.
Thank you.
That's a quality political twink right there.
Oh, that's two. Okay. Great question. But I mean, they're both great questions, and I'm not surprised that Whitworth students ask great questions. You got smart students here, but yeah. So on the civility issue, you know, I think
he literally forgot how to count to 2. He thought there was another one.
I think we all know what civility is. It's treating each other as you want to be treated. You know, when you're trying to engage in controversial.
Where's this footage? This is from Washington. Eastern Washington. This is Representative Baumgartner, House GOP member, doing a town hall from yesterday, the 17th.
Issues, you know, a lot of times it would be
dude's literally stumbling over his words and trembling.
How you would talk to each other at a coffee shop or on an individual basis. I think as I've been in politics, this is I've been 8 years in this.
Where did I get it from? I got it from a local news outlet, KHQ Local.
State Senate and 6 years as your county treasurer. So this is now my 15th year. You know, the more social media there has been, the more visceral sometimes things have gotten. And I know that if you're always hitting that real outrage machine on the red meat stuff on social media, it can be a little bit like a drug to politicians or even to people individually, that they check their likes. And you can get the most sort of extreme thing you say can get the most likes. And politicians tend to find...
Man, it's crazy how Twitter has cooked these people's brains, where they're like, yeah, civility is when Twitter, actually. Civility is when Twitter, but not optimizing for algorithm. That's civility.
That doing the more extreme stuff online and the more extreme posts...
Yo, Kaname, I was thinking the same thing. He needs a dunce cap. He looks so defeated. He looks like he's been sent to the corner chair in like a 1950s like serial television program.
Or flamboyant or bombastic posts tends.
He's answering the question about civility that was asked first and restoring civility. Then he's supposedly going to go around and answer the second question.
To aid their fundraising. Because people react to when you talk about the other side as the enemy, or it's not that we disagree, it's that you're evil, you know, and that's really a lot of the, that's where a lot of the civility, you know, kind of breaks down. And there's some folks that frankly are in Congress that are a little bit more like reality TV stars than they are like serving members of Congress. But, yeah, so... You know, how do we fix it? It's kind of like what I started with. Like ultimately, like I tell my kids, you can only be responsible for your own behavior and try to set the model. And, you know, sometimes I think...
Yeah, you can only be responsible for your own behavior and set the model. It's not like you're a sitting member of Congress or anything. It's not like a sitting member of Congress could do anything about improving dialogue on a nationwide basis. It's not like one of the literal most powerful politicians in office could do anything about it, right? No, our hands are tied. We couldn't possibly do anything. Also, slur. Also, I'm going to post nonstop about trans people and how they're destroying the country. That's how I'll improve civility.
Think of something that would be pretty popular or bombastic or as a tweet and that kind of thing. Like, well, do I really need to send this thing today or could it be tomorrow? So I think that's, some of the way that we have to do it. But ultimately, our republic will only be what we as a people want it to be. And if we want it to be a republic where people scream and shout at each other and do threats and all this kind of stuff, then it's going to be tit for tat, and it's probably not a great future. So, yeah. On the question about the question about the Article 2 versus Article 1 and Congress reasserting, its authority. I mean, I think it's inevitable that the Supreme Court is going to have to decide, a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's not like. Yeah, you know how we should really decide all constitutional matters? We should break the Constitution and then wait for the Supreme Court to say whether or not it was legal or not. That's smart. Hey, you know what we like? I'm sorry, but like you could extrapolate that to so many horrific conclusions. Like, hey, does the president have the unilateral authority to just kill every member of Congress? I guess that's a matter for the courts to sort out. Like, what are you talking about, dog? What do you mean? Of course that's unconstitutional. We don't need the Supreme Court to weigh in on whether or not the president does or does not have the right to do something horrific to destroy his political opponents in Congress. Like, dog. This is silly. Let's just willfully do illegal things. Also, I'm just gonna throw this out there. If this is the game you want to play with SCOTUS, then it is worth acknowledging one particular thing, right? And that is something I'm gonna pull up here. Let's find this particular piece. Here we go. Found it. In particular, it's this piece from Law Dork. The immunity decision does not mean Trump can do anything now. So let's take a look. Just scrolling down here, Law Dork is kind of essential reading to keep abreast of what is happening these days in legal news. There's been a refrain since the immunity ruling from many corners that presidents can do anything now because they're immune. That is not so. First, the ruling, as bad as it was, didn't go quite that far, even as to criminal liability, only conclusively addressing immunity as to official acts within a president's exclusive sphere of constitutional authority, and holding that there is presumptive immunity as to other official acts within the outer perimeter of a president's official responsibility. Second, and my point here, the ruling had nothing to do with any of the legal steps that can be taken to challenge and block presidential actions when they violate laws or the Constitution. Now, I want to really hone in on this one because the only conclusive immunity is to official acts within the exclusive sphere of constitutional authority of the president, which means if the president wants to play this game where he's doing actions outside of his constitutional authority, that then opens up a question of if the president defies SCOTUS, goes outside of constitutional authority, well, SCOTUS can actually find the president criminally liable for that. So all I'm pointing out here is that, like, there are still levers to pull here. The president is not completely immune. But would SCOTUS not just lick his boots? Oddly enough, I don't think so. And I'm going to talk about this in more depth probably tomorrow because it's going to be a long segment. But one of the things I wanted to talk about a little bit was this particular thing that happened today, okay? Which is that a news statement was issued from Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, which reads, "For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose." That is the entirety of the statement, but it is in direct response to the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress kind of bandying around the idea of impeaching different federal justices. So what you should take that as is a pretty unique and singular thing for John Roberts to do. John Roberts is not the kind of guy or the kind of justice who puts out a statement like that just because. He's not a guy who does that just to protect his own federal judges. He's not the kind of guy that does that. He is putting this out there to send a very particular message. And frankly, the more kind of action we see from John Roberts in that regard, the better it is. Okay? And the more likely it is that he is not going to rule alongside the Trump administration on this stuff. I don't remember where I saw it. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit if I want to find it. But it was, one of these law reporters talking about John Roberts and kind of how John Roberts operates as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And one of the interesting things about John Roberts is that he kind of operates along these lines of whether or not something is, I'm going to put it in the petty way that I believe it was originally phrased, whether or not something is rude. If something is rude, he's more likely to rule against it. He is more likely to think that, oh, it's uncouth, it's demeaning, it's below us to side with, this person, this entity, this, group. And so that's, I think that's interesting. Here, I found it. It's from Anna Bauer, who's been doing a lot of great reporting on who's in charge of Doge through the lens of the courts. I'm a true believer in the Roberts Rudeness Index. There's something very Sandra Day O'Connor about it. Jurisprudence guided by a generalized aversion to things that seem rude, distasteful, or uncouth. And with this quote, O'Connor, who was considered the social as well as the political center of the court, had a habit of dividing the world, people, buildings, controversies, issues, into 2 categories, attractive and unattractive. The words referred not so much to what was or wasn't pleasing to the eye, but rather to an overall level of decency and likability. And, again, other reporters on this issue, basically pointing out this is a bad sign for the administration on the Roberts Rudeness Index. Basically, the reason the Chief Justice had to put out that message, short as it was, is essentially that, you are a message to the Trump administration. You are going beyond the bounds of respectability, of couthness, as it were, and you need to cut that out. Because ultimately, you could impeach your way up to the SCOTUS, but then you got to deal with SCOTUS. And if you start impeaching federal judges because you didn't get your way, SCOTUS is going to rule against you. It's very much a don't test me, but also in order to get a message like that from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, that takes a lot. So he's already pissed. And one thing you got to understand about the makeup of the Supreme Court is that there is a difference between, and I know that this might strike some leftists out there wrong, but there's a difference between a old-fashioned Republican and a fascist. Those are two different groups. I know we like to lump them all together, generally, but like, those are two different groups. You've got a couple people who are in the fascist category. You know, you got your what's his face? Got bought by Harlan Crow. It's probably more than one of them. But like, you know what I mean? You've got like one or two that are definitively in the fascist category. You've got two liberals. Yes, Clarence Thomas. Thank you. You got Thomas, you got Alito in the fascist category. Then you've got, you've got your two left-leaning justices, and then you got three in the middle. You know? And the question is, where do those three land? You know, Gorsuch can go either way. Amy Coney Barrett has been siding more with like, the left-leaning judges recently. You've got Kavanaugh. Or do you have four? Am I getting that wrong? Whatever. You got Kavanaugh, who may lean more conservative, more towards the fasci end of it. But like the point of the matter is that, yeah, you got left-leaning justices like Sotomayor, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yeah. But then you've got Roberts, you've got Amy Coney Barrett, you've got Kavanaugh, you've got, you've got a section of people here, and it's not entirely clear where people would go. Again, it's not immediately clear. And like, again, there are people on that court. Yeah, Elena Kagan. There are people on that court who are willing to sell out democracy. Your Alitos, your Thomases. But I don't know if I'd put money on the court being majority in that direction when the chips are down. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I think that the more the Trump administration pushes beyond the pale in order to bring cases before the Supreme Court, the more likely it is that the conservative justices side with the liberal ones against the fascist ones. Yeah, Trump is very upset about Amy Coney Barrett because of her recent track record aligning herself more with left-leaning justices. Roberts is now signaling that he may be aligned more with their cause simply because of the couthness or lack thereof, or like of the DOJ. Like, it's a whole mess. Okay. So all that to say, it's up in the air, but this is a good sign. This is a good sign. Honestly, I'm hopeful. I don't want to get my hopes up too much, but like, I'm hopeful. Let's get back to this. Hopefully that made sense, folks. Trump just crashed out on Truth Social. Is it about the deportation case?
As I know it's not popular in this group, but for example, when President Biden unilaterally relieved student debt, that's a taxation issue. So, and then
it's not. Like, literally, it's within the power of the federal government to just unilaterally forgive that, actually.
You've seen... Yeah, my point is just that you've always had these tensions from the executive branch, and I'm trying to put the congressional branch back in. Ultimately, if a government entity has been created by Congress, it has to be dissolved by Congress. And so you really have to, we have to, I want to reduce.
Yeah, so why aren't you standing firm for the power of Congress over the power of the executive in this case? Because the executive is, destroying organizations within the federal government created by Congress unilaterally. So, like, why are you allowing that? Why are you carrying water for this man breaking the Constitution?
Government spending. I want to reduce inefficiencies, and so we need to be doing rescissions and other parts of the budget that will catch up with that ultimately in terms of how we do that. So I don't know. There's not in our constitutional system. That's the checks and balances of how it works. Congress has to have the power of the purse.
Yeah, and he's stealing the power of the purse from Congress. So chip, chop, chip.
Okay, we're going to move to more questions, oral questions. I'm going to call out 3 more raffle tickets. Again, the first 3 numbers are all the same. As you are making your way to the microphones, I will pose a written question. So these numbers...
I know I did not intend for us to just sit down and watch this, but honestly, I'm fascinated by how much this guy is getting roasted.
Numbers all starting with 286. I have 437, 454, and I see someone already standing at the mic. Did I call your number? Oh, no, sorry. 5, that's a student for later. 594. 594. So 437, 454.
Yeah, I mean, without the courts, the last remaining check is us. That's, if you ignore the Constitution is supposed to be a check on power. It's supposed to be the guidebook that, allows the courts to enforce order upon, the executive and upon Congress. And, if you take Congress away, if you take away the last guardrail of the court can use, then all that's left is the executive versus the people. That's it. It's not a pleasant prospect.
594. Please move to the mic that is nearest to you. And while those people are moving in that place, let me ask you this question that comes from May under the topic heading of immigration and refugee resettlement. Here's the question. Hundreds of your constituents came to Eastern Washington seeking escape from danger in faraway lands, many with promises from the military to keep them and their families safe in recognition of their wartime service to U.S. operations overseas. This administration has defunded all refugee resettlement programs, leaving refugee families in limbo, trying to navigate complex systems without help, as Americans are being fired from agencies who have been helping refugees for decades. I understand you consider yourself a Christian. How does refusing entrance to asylum-seeking refugees reflect your Christian values?
That's easy. He doesn't have any. Next question. What is the beer like in Minnesota? Pretty damn great.
Well, that's a great question. I think those of you that know my background, that after I went to WSU and before I went to Harvard, I spent a year with the Jesuits in Mozambique working with war refugees. And the whole reason I went to Harvard to study international development.
Oh my God. That's actually so much worse. You understand how that's worse, right? You dedicated a year of your life to serving refugees, and now you spit on them and despise them. Like you were originally taking a stance against. You understand how elaborating on this just makes you look more like a spineless hypocrite, right? My God.
Development, because I was interested in trying to help in places like that. And then instead, after 9/11, I went to the Middle East. And I think most of you know that, or at least some of you know, that I met my wife on a counter-narcotics team in Helmand Province. And we lived off base with a team of Afghans. And if you've read The Inlander...
I'm sorry, you literally met your wife in Afghanistan? Every single one of these Republicans, man.
my wife's efforts and our efforts to try to get our Afghan colleagues that are targeted by the Taliban into the country have been chronicled. So yeah, I believe very strongly that America has to continue to support refugees and
just not certain ones, just refugees that are white.
We're have written letters of support and are doing that. By the same token, you can't talk about the refugee issue without
this. He's saying this stuff literally at the same time that the Trump administration is fighting to have the unilateral authority to deport anyone they don't like. With anyone, doesn't matter what state of citizenship or immigration they're in. Anyone. So don't you fucking pretend to me that you care about this issue. Don't you pretend, you piece of shit.
Out talking about the insecurity.
There's a story right now about a man who was deported by ICE, who was detained by ICE and then deported because he was a tattoo artist and got a tattoo of a rose. That's not evidence. He didn't get a trial. You just picked him up, said, oh, this is a gang tattoo. Anyway, we don't have to put him in front of a judge, so whatever. We think he's a gang member, and then you deported him. That's it. That is not due process. And you know what? I'm sick of people saying it's an overseas labor camp. It's slave labor. We are recreating the transatlantic slave trade. That's what we're doing. We're sending undocumented people that we pick up, and some documented people, and some citizens, to another country to do slave labor. That's what we're doing with people. Literal fucking man catchers.
Of what's happened at the southern border, and you can't talk about the southern border. Yeah.
Yes, that's what a prison labor camp is. Then fucking call it a slave camp. Abandon the pretext.
And yeah. And so, we just cannot be a sovereign nation with an insecure southern border. And if you look at our community,
no, call it a slave camp. That's what it is. It's not even you're in prison and you have the option to do labor, for 2 cents on the dollar. It's literally just a slave camp. You get paid nothing. And you have no option on whether or not you work. And the worst part is the president of El Salvador has the absolute gall to call it an innovative new profit plan for the prison system of El Salvador. And the innovation is just slavery. That's it.
So we had a town hall. Well, we had a town hall this morning, and there was a woman came to the town hall, and it's a story that I've heard too similarly in Eastern Washington. And she was a grandmother, and she was there wearing a T-shirt of her son who had recently died by a fentanyl overdose. And across... So the overall refugee issue is connected to the chaos at the southern border, which is impacted by the fentanyl issue. We could go into more detail. We'll go to the next one.
Okay, I have a...
Damn, dude.
Let's maybe go to the microphones. Maybe we can try to take multiple questions at the same time. So we'll start over there.
Oh, I'm not allowed to hold it myself. On March 10th, ICE and HHS agents in 6 unmarked vehicles surrounded the vehicle of Jason Ruiz Rodriguez, his wife, Kayla Somariba, a U.S. citizen, and Cesar...
Oh, sorry, correction. This representative's wife that he met in Afghanistan is an American, not Afghani, which I assumed from his story, but, you know, whatevs.
Ruiz Rodriguez, his brother, while they were on their way to a court hearing at the Spokane County Courthouse. The agents demanded that Jason and Cesar exit the vehicle, but did not produce a warrant. When the family refused to exit their vehicle, the agents proceeded to unconstitutionally break the windows of the car and violently remove the 3 occupants, including a natural-born U.S. citizen who is 7 months pregnant. The men were tasered to the point that one of them required medical attention in a hospital, and one of them was also hit in the head with a rifle. Were you aware of this case? If yes, what have you done to defend and restore your constituents' constitutional rights? If not, what will you do now that you have been made aware of this unconstitutional, violent, and illegal act by ICE and HHS agents in your district?
Look at that. Look at that. I don't know, guys. This is a Republican district. These are people ostensibly who are supposed to be in this guy's corner. Makes me feel hopeful. Let him cook. Granny be cooking some dinner tonight.
So, I'm gonna take. I didn't ask who. In this room voted for Donald Trump, but raise your hand if you voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. Okay.
Also, can I just say, like, oh, well, you guys didn't vote for Donald Trump, so, I don't give a fuck, is pretty, weak sauce when these people live in your district.
So we got
a bunch of constituents. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's not really the dunk you think it is to be like, how many of you voted for Donald Trump? Only like 4 of you? Huh. Well, you aren't people I answer to. Yeah, but the people you answer to aren't there. They're not engaged. You know, that's kind of a problem for you. It's kind of a problem for you when you see a wide crowd of people who've shown up to your town hall who live in your district, and your people don't show up. Kind of a bad look. Makes you look weak as fuck. So, it's true. Like, who would want to be so embarrassing as to admit they voted for Donald Trump in 2025? Like, goddamn.
So, you're not going to like this answer, but it would be far better for the security of the state of Washington and for immigrants in the state of Washington if Washington was not a sanctuary state.
Yeah, it'd be so much better for everyone if, there wasn't due process given to people following the law. That's the translation of what he just said. Because, folks, fun fact for you guys, did you know that seeking asylum, being an asylum seeker, that's actually a process that requires you to be inside the United States? So, like, if you want to seek asylum, gotta be here first. Kind of weird how that works out. if you, you know, and it does not help you to seek asylum if there are people trying to hunt you while you do that, actually.
Because what happens is, for ICE, what happens is, if there's the folks that are bad actors, and they're not all bad actors, but the folks that are.
I love this lady in the front who is just doing 5 minutes of like thumbs downing him. That'll show him. I love it. I love the fight.
Criminals and the bad actor element, when they're not allowed to get into the jails to take those guys. When they're not allowed to go into the jails to get those guys, then they're put out on the street without ICE being told. That means they have to make apprehensions in the street.
Well, fun fact, ICE also doesn't have the authority to break into someone's car. You know, they actually don't have the right to do that. They need a warrant. Believe it or not, they are required to have a warrant. And if they don't go get a warrant, they have broken the law. They have violated constitutional rights. In fact. So, you're defending something that's already illegal, sir.
That's more dangerous. That's more dangerous for the officers, for the federal agents, and it's more dangerous for the immigrants. And it means that instead of being able to focus resources on the truly dangerous element, so that would be a piece of it.
Oh, Kalishna, links in Twitch chat don't go through. Same with links in YouTube chat, but links in Riverboat chat do go through. And don't worry, we also rep Indivisible here. I've repped it a few times throughout stream. No worries.
Anything specific on this specific case, or no? Was there another question from a raffle ticket?
Dog is getting cooked.
Yeah, I'm not laughing at the questions. I'm laughing at the irony of being told to answer the question, then trying to answer the question and getting interrupted like repeatedly. That's the. But look, guys, I do want you to know. I really.
I don't know. In 6 months, like, these people are just gonna rush the stage. my God.
Sincerely, I mean this sincerely. Is that I really enjoy doing these town halls, and I really do enjoy the back and forth, the exchange. I mean, for a lot of you folks that are here, and it's all right, because I feel the same way in the state of Washington when I feel like my views aren't represented from Olympia. It's just frustrating when your side loses, and the fact that Donald Trump won the district.
Well, you're all just a bunch of piss babies. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna keep on shitting on all of you, and you know, I'll hope that you guys all forget about this in a month and a half when I do more town halls.
And the fact that Eastern Washington leans conservative, and the fact that most of these policies are strongly supported by the overall folks.
Man, it's so weird that you say that, and yet none of those people showed up to defend these policies. You know? It's so weird that you're saying that most of the people in this district support these policies, and yet most of the people showing up to your town halls really seem to hate the policies. So, like, if people just love them, where they at, bro?
I know that creates angst and some passion on it. All right, let's keep it going.
Let's get to the next question, please.
Can you just, I don't know what part of that I didn't answer, and if you can just...
what are you going to do on behalf of that family? He wants to know. I asked a three-part question, but the first one was a yes or no. Were you aware of the incident that I spoke about? If you were, what have you done? If you were not aware, what will you do now that you are aware? Because your constituents' civil rights were violated violently by ICE and HHS agents. That's what I asked. What are you going to do?
I love her. I love her.
I am not aware of the details of that case. Okay. So,
Fun fact, folks, nobody likes being booed because everyone knows they're not saying boo earns.
In general, it will be better if Washington State were to work with federal immigration authorities. So that is one of the things that I'm going to do is attempt to make that happen.
This is the equivalent of look what you made me do, but for constitutional rights, for violating constitutional rights. Look, we wouldn't have to violate your constitutional rights if you would just work with us. You know, you're making us violate your constitutional rights. Someone needs to summon the Dono Ghost? Ooh.
There was a...
I love that they're now just straight up standing up and screaming at him so loud that it's being picked up on the camera that's sitting way in the back.
Guys, when you're an elected member of Congress, oftentimes you got to, before you can just comment on something, you got to learn a little bit more. But not everything is as you read in the newspaper or the details underneath. I think.
What, you guys believe the press? You guys believe the thing that gets you information? Cuck losers. I only believe in what the universe whispers into my ear at night. Yeah, he's just given up, and now he's just actively skirmishing with them. I think give it 6 months. Hell, give it 3 months, and people are going to be like, they're gonna need to have to beef up security because people are gonna be pissed at this guy. One-eyed heathen, thank you for the $5 dono.
This is so great. I will summon her. How does the Dono Ghost identify? Bring me some oh 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 oh.
Oh 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 oh. I would love to play the Dono Ghost song, but I do not have my soundboard that has the Dono Ghost song on it because I'm at a different location today. Sorry. I should have it tomorrow though, folks.
Okay, we would like to get to a next question, please.
In the same election in the fall that elected you, our representative, Washington also overwhelmingly affirmed their desire for the Climate Commitment Act. And
I love all of these older ladies who are speaking firmly as they would to a small child. Like they're using that mom tone, you know what I mean?
my question and point is your constituency here in Washington State feels that the environment is a top priority.
Hey!
The Dono Ghost has arrived. Ooh, boo. Oh, BWA.
Forlorn79, thanks for injecting some BWA into this stream. Very much appreciated.
For their
Thank you for
well-being
supporting
now
stream chat.
and into the future, perhaps even more than the pet project of saving all the gazillions for the millionaires. And there's so much cost going to be involved in if we don't deal with the climate. So what I see, something I've been working on my entire adult life, has been thanks to Richard Nixon, the EPA, and following clean air, clean water. All of this is being dismantled to benefit the wealthy, not your children, not my grandchildren, or the children of the forest. So will you be...
The children of the forest? George R.R. Martin?
Will you be a voice for the future as far as preserving our environment, as well as bringing on board probably the biggest business opportunity, which would be clean energy, sustainable energy going into the future? So it may really attract your tech bros. I grew up in the Silicon Valley, so I know who you're talking about. But my point is, will you please, I'm begging you, I would be happy to be on bended knee. Will you be a climate warrior?
It's really sweet of her to ask that. But his response is just gonna be that Bugs Bunny meme that's like, lol, no. Will you please not incinerate the planet in man-made destruction? Lol, no.
For all of us.
Yeah, how politically slimy.
I don't think in the way that you would like me to be, but
I'm gonna fight for the planet by, destroying it. That's my way of fighting for the planet.
I do think we have some shared. I do think, our Venn diagram overlaps on things like hydropower and nuclear power, where we're going to need to have more investments in Eastern Washington, given the amount of energy that the state and this country are going to need. And then, you're quite right that the state as a whole ratified those things, but of course there's different people in different parts of the state. Where I represent is Eastern Washington, and those things, yeah. So
yeah, who cares about the planet in Eastern Washington? It's not like Eastern Washington is on a planet or anything. Who would give a fuck about a planet? You only give a fuck about a planet if you live in a city. Apparently, to this guy.
And so, the fact is, Donald Trump got over 55% of the vote in Eastern Washington. I got over 61% of the vote. And so, and both of us were quite clear, on this issue of whether we support increased environmental regulation, these sorts of things. I don't. I think one of the best things that's happened from this administration is what Lee Zeldin at EPA just announced in terms of rolling back the job-killing regulation that is things like street lows. So we would agree to disagree on that issue, but I think with hydro and nuke, we have some commonality that we'll be working on.
Dog, you didn't even have to do that. You went out of your way to just shit all over your Republican voters. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man?
Is there another raffle ticket question?
Yeah, who gives a shit about not having shit in their water? Am I right?
Over on this side? No? Yes or no? Okay.
I've been in Spokane for 39 years from New Jersey. I've never been involved in politics before.
Oh, here, it's this clip.
But this is getting really scary. Okay, so the things that frighten me is the way this insane president talks about Canada as a 51st state. Taking Panama by force and buying Greenland. How does this person qualify as sane? Why is he not being impeached right now?
We got props. Look at him go.
So, in short, I don't support us absorbing Canada. Canada, that would be like taking. Canada's been a good neighbor. Canada is much more liberal and left wing than the United States. If we took.
You know, like it's crazy how like he turned something that could have been like just like yeah, I don't support that, and turned it into like one of the weirdest, like the weirdest and grossest justification. And like I think he's joking, but I genuinely can't tell because Republicans are that unhinged. You know, like dude's like, oh yeah, well. We wouldn't annex Canada because we wouldn't want them to vote liberal. And like, that doesn't make any fucking sense at all. You wouldn't let Canadians vote if we forcibly took over the country? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Took Canada. Taking Canada would be like taking another California. It would tilt things towards the Democrats.
I mean, Canadians would fight us. They would kill American soldiers. Yeah, they wouldn't be voting. They'd be fighting a guerrilla war in the ice.
Yeah. If we took Canada, the Republicans would never have control again. So we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, exactly, Nikati. I said that when we watched this the first time around, which is just like the reason you should oppose America trying to take over Canada is because it's wrong and they don't want that. Because it's like the war of aggression, which is just bad.
On the other two, if we could get Greenland peacefully, I'm all for it, and we should have never given up Panama.
Fuck you, dude.
So just on those issues, one thing to keep in mind. I don't know this for a fact, but
I think I just heard someone yell and call him a fascist, which was very satisfying. More people should shout that at him.
I think one of the reasons that Donald Trump talks so much about Canada and Greenland is with all the AI stuff that is happening, and we're in a real arms race versus China on artificial intelligence, and it's gonna.
Man, fuck AI. AI doesn't do shit. AI just makes everything shitty. It's breaking the internet. It's breaking our technology. It's breaking our phones. Fuck AI. It's breaking our artistic tools. It's stealing our shit in order to commodify it against us. It sucks. It's breaking the environment. It's breaking everything. Fuck AI.
Going to take a lot of government oversight because the AI stuff could be very scary. To have autonomous computers making decisions, it's a real threat.
They're not autonomous. That's like the whole. Oh my god, we have a segment we're gonna get to tomorrow, folks, about how people treat these AI tools as if they are like capable of thought, and they're not. They're just not at all. They're like a glorified Google search engine, regurgitating what they think you want to hear in response to the inputted text. That's it. Like, people act like they're thinking things, and they don't have that capacity.
Not properly managed, but there's also a defense element to it. But the AI...
Yeah, Bastian, I also feel bad for people who date, like, girlfriend AIs, right? Like, it's the ultimate weaponization of, like, the human impulse to anthropomorphize things. You know, like, there's that scene from Community where, and this might be a deep cut because Community's over a decade old now, but, like, there's a scene from Community where, like, the main character, one of the main characters is like, look, one of the special things about humans is that we can see anything, even this pencil, as a human being. And then he snaps it in half and is like, see? That all hurt you a little bit. You all died a little bit inside. That's what it means to be human. And I'm paraphrasing. That's somewhat how the scene goes. But, like, we're just doing that with glorified search engines. They aren't people. And, like, we need to stop treating them like that.
AI stuff takes an immense amount of power. It will take an immense amount of power in this arms race on artificial, much more than the grid can supply now, and much more.
Yeah, you know, one thing I've noticed, Draxus Stormscale, is that not only have search engines gotten worse, but, like, autocorrect has gotten worse. Has anyone noticed that about AI? Like, autocorrect on your phone has gotten significantly worse because they're using AI to try and, like, correct your grammar or spelling. And, like, I, for example, wanted to write losers today in a Blue Sky post. And it kept getting autocorrected to lovers. And, like, it is constant. It is constant. And it really did start with, like, updates to incorporate AI into my phone. I don't know that for sure. I haven't read news reporting on it. It's just a correlation that I've noticed as a lot of these phone manufacturers have switched over to using AI instead of older autocorrect algorithms. It's frustrating as fuck.
Than solar or wind or those kind of things could happen. So AI, one of the reasons the tech guys are so interested, are getting interested in nuclear power again, is because of the AI. And the other most efficient source of power is hydro. So where you have snowpack and elevation change, that makes hydro a lot more valuable. And so what I think is the reason that Donald Trump is so interested in talking about Greenland and Canada is because it's with an eye on the immense amount of power that's going to have to happen in the AI race and for the hydro resources.
Yeah, that's the thing, Draxus. Like, I think AI, in the sense of, like, machine learning, can be really fucking cool when applied to the sciences. But for large language models, I don't know that it teaches us much about anything when incorporated in our day-to-day, like, lives. You know? I think that it just, like, it's not good. It's not good. I hate it.
Okay, we are now going to turn to two more student questions. We will lead.
Yeah,
go
the
ahead.
AI and Frank shit. Terrible.
Hi. Okay. Hello, my name is Annika. I'm a senior here and a nursing student. Thank you. Just want to say thank you so much for being here and opening up this space just for questions. In healthcare, I've been working to care for some of our nation's most vulnerable people, and the current administration's decisions and policy changes have been incredibly devastating to the people that I'm serving, and left me and so many others feeling really frustrated trying to support people who have very little. And as a person elected by the people here, and here to represent and protect Eastern Washington, you have an incredible opportunity to really stand against injustice and fight to protect the people that you're serving, and just in changes we see in healthcare. It's really scary also to look at my future and just caring for people. And so how are you going to work to really protect the people that you're serving?
Well, you've picked a great career for job security, because as the demographics continue to age, we're going to continue to need more healthcare professionals. One of my proudest accomplishments when I was in the state legislature was when we did the new WSU Medical School, because we need more rural health, and supporting rural health will be a particularly big aspect of what we'll try to do here in the in Congress. Well, so. We need to make sure, so Medicare and Social Security are not being touched.
They all know you're full of shit, bro. They all know you're full of shit. Howdy, McGoggles. Hello, Nameless. Yeah, we talked about AI and Frank, CF. There's a video on the YouTube. And yeah, Simric, I think large language models are cool when we're talking about the sciences, when we're talking about the capacity to use them as tools to actually learn things in the sciences to help parse large amounts of information. I don't think they're particularly useful for human beings on a day-to-day basis on our phones. I don't think that does anything useful for us. They're literally cackling at him. Look at his face. He's just like resigned and sad.
If we had the interest, I would walk you through how the reconciliation bills would go and the civics behind it, but that may.
Yeah, I'd walk you through all the steps because you're too stupid to know them. But fun fact, and we talked about this earlier on stream, their goal for defunding Social Security is less actually taking away the money and more destroying the operational ability of Social Security to get checks out. So one of the things they're doing is they're closing Social Security Administration offices, 60% of them to be precise. They're firing a bunch of workers, and they are also ending all phone service support for folks that requires verifying their identity. So basically, if you need to call customer service at the Social Security Administration, you're not going to be able to get anyone to help you. And that's what they're doing right now, literally right now. And what they want to do in the long term is they want to privatize it. They want to gamble with it on the stock market. And you know, they want to profit off of it. Off of all the money you guys have worked to put into this year after year after year for your retirement. They're stealing your goddamn money and gambling with it.
Maybe a little stretch for right now. So Medicaid right now is a broken system that needs to be improved to protect the truly most needy. So there's going to be no reduction in overall dollars to Medicaid. There may not be the rapid increase that some folks would like. And it's on an unsustainable spending.
There's not going to be any cuts. You literally voted for an $880 billion cut to Medicaid. You can't lie. You can't lie. The House already passed the bill, you fucker.
Passed. So, again, if you look at what Bill
$880 billion
in the 90s with welfare reform, things like having work requirements for Medicaid.
Are you dying of cancer? Get to your job, peon. I fucking hate these ghouls. Fucking hate them so goddamn much. Yeah, Vox Syndicate, like give this 6 months, and we're on the verge of another vote on the budget. Yeah, this is gonna get dangerous real fast. Look at that. Look at how angry these people are. They know they're getting fucked by this guy.
I'm guessing this crowd would think universal health care or socialized medicine is a good idea. We would agree to disagree on that issue. I don't think putting the U.S. government more in charge of things. So, the things that we want to work on healthcare are things that bring.
Man, it's so great to see someone argue that their job shouldn't exist. Oh, I don't believe in the U.S. government being in charge of things. Okay, then get the fuck out of office, man. That's literally your job. Literally your fucking job. These people are literally your constituents. Oh, I bet you believe the government is supposed to pay for your medical bills when you pay into a medical insurance program. Oh, entitled much for the healthcare that you're going to pay for?
Costs down, like wellness, transparency and costs, and other. Yeah. So, anyway, in answer to your question, thank you for pursuing the career that you're pursuing. We're going to need you. We're going to need more of folks like you. What we have to do is policymakers.
We need fewer folks like this guy. That's for damn sure.
Is make sure that we have programs that truly serve the most needy, and that you have the tools to do what you need to do, and particularly that our rural areas are supported with health care.
Yeah, look, we don't want to cut Medicaid. We just want to make sure it serves the most needy by cutting $880 billion from it. Don't you understand, you stupid morons?
That'll be a real focus.
We're helping you by taking $880 billion from you.
We have a second student question.
Mr. Baumgartner, though I strongly disagree with many of your choices thus far as my representative, one area that we may find agreement on is the First Amendment. You have claimed to prioritize protecting the right to free speech for all Americans, which you called the bedrock of American democracy. This is why I stand here on my university's campus extremely disappointed in your statements about protests on college campuses. Hold up. Thank you. I want to make sure I have enough time to say everything. And I want to hear from him, so please let him speak, regardless of how much I might disagree with what he has to say. Over the past year, students across this country have organized and challenged their university's investment in Israel's apartheid state and the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. You have misrepresented these organized protests as always anti-Semitic, despite the prominent leadership of Jewish students and everything they've provided throughout these nonviolent demonstrations. From the 1960s civil rights and anti-war movements to the divestment campaigns against South Africa's apartheid in the 1990s, the First Amendment has constantly supported the rights of college students like myself to organize for the purpose of advancing fundamental human rights here and abroad. Will you commit to defending the rights of all Americans to speak and organize freely, or are you going to continue to support efforts to punish universities and students especially for protesting the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and any other organized protest that's going to occur as this administration continues to harm the well-being of the majority of this country?
Damn, dude. I mean, he did ask you all to be quiet, but, like, I understand the impulse.
Yeah, I mean, I think college campuses should be places for, every place should be a bastion of free speech, and college campuses should be included. I think what college campuses need to do, I mean, since you're generally interested in the subject, I think what the University of Chicago has done in the Chicago Statement and what the University of Florida have done of setting real parameters that you can have free speech, but when you have protests that interrupts the learning opportunities of other students, that's where it crosses the line. And certainly not all, but significant parts of those protests at Columbia and other colleges were anti-Semitic and were support for terrorist regimes. And you and I may disagree. That may not be what's in your heart. That may not be what's in your heart, and the reason you protest, and you should have the right to speak freely on that issue.
You know, it's crazy that these free speech absolutists will allow people to march, to show support for the KKK, one of the most notorious terrorist organizations still active in the United States. But, you know, that, like, they're in the same breath that they say, well, that's their free speech right. They're going to tell college campus students protesting for an end to apartheid and ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza, they're going to call them terrorist sympathizers, people who are in league with Hamas. Doesn't make sense to me. That's not a consistent stance whatsoever. Like, even if you bought their initial argument.
But there has been a lot of stuff that's gone on to college campuses that has been a distraction from the core function of college campuses. And
I'm sorry, you don't believe in the core function of college campuses. You guys actively want fewer people to go to college.
Core degree promotion, and because
college campuses, famously where people go and don't protest. Famously throughout American history, places where people don't protest. American college campuses. Okay, bud. Deeply unserious gentleman here.
Yeah.
Why are the protesters called domestic terrorists?
Good question. Why are people protesting outside of Tesla dealerships being called terrorists? That's a great question.
So I think, the issue on the protests is free speech is fine, but free speech for everyone, but make sure that it doesn't impugn other folks' ability to learn, and that it doesn't get violent, and that it's not support for terrorism, or it's not
as far as I know, not a single Tesla takedown protest has been violent. Not a single one. Have people attacked Tesla dealerships in the middle of the night? Sure. But that does not in any way relate to people protesting these Tesla dealerships.
Anti-Semitic. And I don't think
I
don't think that's particularly complicated.
Honestly, I really like that just droll, like, am I a terrorist for clapping for that? Like, that's a 10 out of 10 comment right there. Just mocking derision is exactly what this bastard deserves.
May I ask then, would you then condemn the actions of different civil rights organizers throughout history who, such as in Montgomery, disrupted everything about the city's finances and their ability to operate economically? Because, hold on. Would you then condemn that? Because, quite honestly, it's the only reason that those movements were effective in making it so that people could equally speak. Martin Luther King wasn't a hero until he died and his words were co-opted. So, do you...
Damn, son. This guy going hard. I love this guy.
want to continue to oppress the free speech like people who were in government in the past did in a racist, bigoted way?
I know... I know you have a lot of goodness in your heart, sincerely, when you ask this question, but what happened to those Jewish students and the...
That's interesting because what he had to say wasn't related to that. What he had to say was, do you condemn the civil rights protests, essentially?
The way they were targeted, the way they were made to feel afraid, the way they it was just not right. And the college campuses tolerate it. And so again, the free speech aspects are fine, but I think if you look deeper and you visited with some of those students, you would find a little...
Notice how he wasn't able to talk about maintaining the operations and purposes of the college campuses after that. He had to retreat to, Jewish students, though. Like, as if, like, African Americans disrupting, like, trade and, like, travel and business and daily life across all of America during the civil rights movement, like, didn't cause some people in some places who were white to feel a little afraid. Like, sorry, their cause was righteous. Their cause was righteous. The cause of ending American segregation and American apartheid was righteous. The cause of ending genocide is righteous. It is never wrong to criticize a state. And Israel is a state. It is not all Jewish people. Conflation of the two is dangerous. And you know what? They knew that conflation was dangerous even in the 1930s. You can find statements from American Jews at the time talking about the danger of that, that published in newspapers, the danger of that conflation. So it is not a new thing to say, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't actually conflate a whole people with just one state, because they're not the same thing.
Different situation on those campuses. And I 100% do not support the BDS movement for college campuses. What I want them to...
Sir, respectfully, can you answer my question?
Well,
Interesting, dude. Don't let go.
Yeah, I think you're making a false equivalence. I think you're making a false equivalence between what Martin Luther King did in the Montgomery protests and our civil rights movement and what happened on these college campuses. I just don't accept the premise.
Okay, we are running short on time, and so I would like to just invite two more raffle tickets, 579 and 378. If you can move to the microphone, we will try to get to your questions if time permits. As you are moving to the microphone, I'll just ask one of the written submissions. This is under the category of foreign policy from Cheyenne. The question is, the recent freeze on USAID funding has halted the distribution of HIV/AIDS treatment in many countries that rely on it for life-saving care. The World Health Organization Director General has warned that thousands will lose access to critical medication, potentially setting back progress in fighting the disease by 20 years. Given the bipartisan history of support for PEPFAR and global HIV/AIDS relief, do you believe these cuts align with American values? What is the current conversation in Congress regarding the issue, and does the Republican Party have a plan to protect access to treatment?
Yeah, I think PEPFAR is one of the best things. I think George W. Bush probably deserves the Nobel Prize for what he did for AIDS and HIV in Africa. So I have some history with USAID in their programs. The key for USAID, so it is an important program. PEPFAR program has a lot of fans amongst Republicans. You know, the thing about our aid efforts is that it can't be seen as charity. It has to be brought in line of U.S. national security. And so when AID was set up, I mean, AID was set up by JFK to fight communism. And any of us that have been in a war zone, that have, and I'm not a veteran, but as a State Department guy in both Iraq and Afghanistan and some other tough places, you know that you can't just shoot your way out of a war. There has to be a development aspect to it as well. And so
I think it's good that Doge has cut the main branch of our government that puts aid out into the world and makes people not hate us. You know, I think it's good, actually. You know, we need to build bridges. That's why, we need to build bridges with other countries. That's why USAID is so important. And I believe that USAID is vital. And that's why I think it should be gutted by 99%. You see? It's really great. It's really great. But, you know, well, you see, somehow cutting USAID is really good. Anyway, here's Vietnam, everyone. Vietnam, I don't know if you guys knew this, but the United States got into a little kerfuffle with Vietnam some ways back in time. And we dropped a lot of bombs on Vietnam. A lot of mines, a lot of bombs, a lot of toxic chemicals, in particular Agent Orange. And one of the things that USAID has been doing, and one of the reasons Vietnamese people, generally speaking, don't hate the United States with a burning passion, is because USAID has been investing into Vietnam for decades in order to clean up the country from all of the unexploded ordnance and chemicals dumped on the country. And by cutting USAID summarily, illegally, unconstitutionally in a recent court orders, apparently, that has brought the work of cleaning up those contagions and that contamination to a halt. As the rainy season in Vietnam is set to begin, a rainy season that will spread a lot of those chemicals all over the lands of Vietnam. We are actively destroying the reputation that our country has spent billions of dollars and decades upon decades building up for no reason. So, yeah. Don't forget Laos and Cambodia, who we weren't at war with. I'm not forgetting that, but I'm talking very specifically about this story from today about Vietnam. Like I'm not like forgetting it. We're just talking about this story because it has the direct link to USA, and now people in Vietnam are scrambling to figure out what they're going to do because they're getting stiffed on money that they already were counting on in order to clean up the spills. And yeah, it's frustrating. God.
There is going to be ongoing U.S. development dollars. The challenge with USAID to some extent is it thought of itself as an unaccountable charity, and so it needs to be brought under the State Department, and then other aspects can be brought under DOD, quite frankly. And so that'll be, so we didn't really get into what committees I'm on, but I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee, which is very good for our district.
Let us know how your first protest goes on Monday and Tuesday next week. Let's go.
Geopolitically strategic, and we're very international in this district, and Washington State in general, very trade-oriented. Eastern Washington is very trade-oriented. All our wheat goes down to the river through those dams and out to the Pacific Rim. So Foreign Affairs is a good committee. I'm also on the Judiciary Committee, which I could speak to if anybody was interested, and then also on Education and Workforce, where I'm the Vice Chair of Higher Ed of the Higher Ed Committee.
So, questions at the mic?
Hello. Thanks for opening this up again. In his letter from Birmingham jail, Martin Luther
I love these college kids, man. Get his ass.
King Jr. said, "You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, etc.? Isn't negotiation a better path? You are exactly right in your call for negotiation. Indeed, this is the purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and establish such creative tension that a community that has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. That being said, how will you respond to the allegations that you've been using the LGBT dating app Grindr in secret?"
Oh, dog. Dog! I would like to report a fucking murder, dog! Dog! Oh, God, I have one caveat for my general stance of against outing people, and that is, outing conservative politicians and large political figures is unambiguously a public good. Like, oh my god, dog.
That would be news to my wife. Yeah.
We have time for one more question. We'll take it from this side. We are coming near the end of our 75 minutes. And
news to his wife, but not to him. Interesting. He didn't say it would be news to me, as if he already knows.
We have time for one more question. Thank you.
Hello, Representative Baumgartner. I am Molly Hanson, and I'm a senior here at Whitworth. I'm a community health major, political science major. And I have another question about supporting your constituents. Representative Baumgartner, as one of only 2 Republicans supporting the Democratic bill aimed at assisting federal workers who lost their jobs due to mass layoffs led by Elon Musk's Doge service, can you elaborate on your decision? How important are the jobs of federal workers in Washington state? And what steps will you take to support these workers in the face of such widespread and indiscriminate layoffs?
Well, we want a really good federal workforce. You know, both my parents were public sector.
There's literally not been a single question in this town hall that is friendly to him, which is a definite change of pace from last time. We saw just a small couple of questions from the last one he did, and there were people being like, "I think it would be a good idea to eliminate the Department of Education," and like he was like, "Yes, I agree." Like, there hasn't been anything remotely like that this time.
Employees, you know, my mom was 43 years the best kindergarten teacher in Eastern Washington. My dad was 40 years professor at Washington State University.
Yeah, you know what they didn't need? A Department of Education to help fund their schools. You're right. You're so right. Your mom should have worked in a much less funded school. You know, should have been teaching 50 children in her class. Would have helped build her character.
Been a federal employee. I want really good, talented people spinning turbines at our hydroelectric dams. I want really talented people taking care of our veterans. Really talented people guarding our nuclear stockpiles.
Really talented people taking care of our veterans. That's why you are voting and helping to cut the VA, right?
But with that being said, we do have a bloated federal government. There is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. Just one example.
You know, like, people always say this. If there's a lot of fraud... Did you know that fraud is a crime? Did you know that if you're going to claim that there's a lot of fraud, that's actually a thing you should be able to point to as criminal offenses? So if you're going to claim that this is a crime, should be able to point to some, I don't know, police records on that one. Some charges. Some arrests, even. And yet, it's almost like there aren't any. Almost like they're making it up. What? Strange, I know. A Republican making something up, whole cloth, out of their ass? Strange. But stranger things have happened.
So, look. Okay, well, here's an example.
Prove it.
Here's an example. So here's an example. I know almost nobody in this room voted for me, but after being elected as your representative, we tried to get office space in the federal building, and we went down, and that's where Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray have office space, and it was almost completely empty.
Dude, Netcody, I don't know if this is the community for you, if you're going to come in here and say that nobody talked about what happened on the day that Hamas attacked Israel. Because we did talk about that here extensively. So I don't know that this is the place to try and throw those aspersions around. You know, I don't know that this is the place where you're like gonna find a whole lot of people who are like, actually, I do think you should yell "I am Hamas" in the face of a Jewish person, because like literally no one here thinks you should do that. So like I don't know what you've seen elsewhere, but like projecting that onto the people here, not really a good look for you. It makes you look incredibly disingenuous. Don't do that.
Because the majority of the federal workforce, or at least the folks there, were working from home. And, you know, you can think that's good or bad, but it was completely empty. But we were told it would take 2 years to get in my office into an empty federal government building, and basic stuff like, hey, what would it take to paint the walls? Or what if we needed to move a wall? Or what if we wanted to have a little cubby caught out there? GSA was incapable of answering those questions. It's a fundamentally broken organization. And now...
I mean, look, you can say, not saying you was having a chat discussion, but like we literally do talk about it here. So like, I don't know, saying no one talks about it in a place where people talk about it, you know, you're gonna get my attention at least, because I fucking talk about it. And when you say like, oh yeah, people generally have the support singling out Jewish students to yell "I am Hamas" in their face, like, no, they don't. And if they do, not fucking here. Like, no one here is gonna say, yeah, that's good, you should do that. So, like, I don't know. Talk about things that are actually happening here, or be more specific about where you think they're happening. Because otherwise, you're just creating a straw man that nobody here supports. Just, like, you're allowed to have discussions in the chat. Just be, like, realistic and productive about it.
With President Trump's order to send people back to work, for the first time in like 4 years, like traffic is bad again in Washington D.C. And so, merely our staff are talking about people are missing meetings, and so.
Oh, but traffic, guys, traffic is bad.
And so, anybody. Our government is so large now, and anybody that's worked in a large organization where you're not promoted or compensated based on output, but based on time served, knows that there's inefficiencies in that system. You guys, in your heart of heart, knows
because the government doesn't operate like a company, my guy. The government operates as a government. It wants to prioritize people who are stable in the long term, who have increasing competency at their job. Like, you don't get promoted based on how long you work in the government, necessarily. You still have to be competent at your job. Like, he had the gall earlier to talk down to his constituents about understanding how the government works while misrepresenting how the government works to them in the same breath. It's disgusting.
that there's wasteful government spending. I mean, every president has talked about cutting it. And so anybody that's working in an organization knows that. And again, against the backdrop.
Again, if you were actually interested in cutting wasteful government spending, you would start by cutting, you know, any contracts for any company that lobbies the U.S. government. Let's start with that one. Any company that lobbies the United States government, any industry that lobbies the U.S. government, let's cut all of those contracts, and then we'll start looking at who can actually be added. Outlaw the lobbying first, and then we'll talk about who gets contracts. Just a thought. But I don't think they want to do that.
Up at $37 trillion in debt in what we're doing, so we do need to right size this stuff. You know, and like.
And by right size the stuff, he means cut Medicaid by almost $1 trillion. To then give the largest tax cut in history to the richest people. So, like, I don't know about that one.
To the gentleman that, you know, spoke before and talked about the protest and made the joke about the dating app, I have to say that
I don't think he was joking, bud. I don't think he was joking about those Grindr allegations.
You know, in general, the American people, like, want government to be downsized. They want gangbangers and people that shouldn't be in the country, they're here illegal. They want them sent out. They want they want fairness. They want fairness. They want fairness for girls in college sports and high school sports. And
he thought that might be a winning card that would get him out of trouble, and they all fucking started booing him. Good on you, Washingtonians. I think that's the function.
And I mean, all these.
Well, let's be clear, Nekati. What started that whole ball of wax was not what happened that day. The whole ball of wax has been going for a lot longer than that. We all know that, right?
So all these issues, to the extent that you engage on them with just yelling and vitriol and this kind of stuff, it's not an effective way to talk about your policies with the American people. It's just not, you know? It may be cathartic to do this stuff, but it's not an effective way. I mean, people don't want tantrums. What they want is plans to govern.
And, you know, it's really rich that he says this. They want plans to govern. Bro, your plan to govern is literally to just let Elon Musk and Doge do your job. You know, so you can offload all the responsibility onto a billionaire everyone hates rather than having the spine to do the work yourself. That's your job. Your job is literally just sitting around doing jack shit and taking lobbyist money. Oh man, the hard work of having a plan to do nothing.
As one final question as we conclude, maybe on that note about thinking about how we do stuff going ahead, given the trajectory of what appeared...
He's a liar. That's the problem. Oh damn, that got an applause. Let's go.
This is a question that comes from Barbara and can serve as our concluding question for the night. Regarding checks and balances between the different branches of government.
Dog, literally none of the questions were positive for him.
Given the trajectory of the administration, the continued agreement of the Republican Party, is there a line in the sand for you? That is to say, is there any point at which you might stand up and tell them no? What is... In the interest of your people in Eastern Washington, what is your line in the sand?
Well, in general, I swore an oath to the Constitution. It's very serious to me. I swore an oath to the Constitution.
In general, I have a line in the sand somewhere.
Before I went to Iraq, I swore an oath to the Constitution, becoming a member of Congress. I would say that I understand this room is different than the rest of Eastern Washington, but you guys don't actually represent my constituents. You are. So I think, and I'm not saying you're being disingenuous in your heart of hearts, but you have a perception that America is spiraling to some kind of a constitutional crisis. Yeah. And
imagine how much angrier they're going to be in like 3 months. I want to check back in. I feel like this is one of my barometers that I want to pay attention to going forward. This town hall and what's happening here in this neck of the woods. I want to pay attention to what's happening here. I'm wondering if in like a month and a half, 3 months, they're going to have a packed, like there aren't going to be any seats, you know?
And by and large, while I would have some disagreements with President Trump on some things like tariffs and some other issues, by and large...
I mean, they were already supposed to stop doing them, but, like, this guy did it yesterday, and so, like, I mean, maybe they're going to keep doing them.
What people of America see, what people of Eastern Washington see, is President Trump delivering on his promises. And so...
Friendship ended with Hogwatch. Now GOP Town Hall Watch is my favorite segment. Hell yeah.
So I take my oath to the Constitution very seriously.
Any closing comments? If we could have a moment for closing statement.
Guys, despite the disagreement, I mean this sincerely. I really do appreciate you guys coming out tonight. I appreciate Whitworth for holding this forum. And I would just say, going forward, again, America is only going to survive as a republic if we all treat each other the way that we each want to be treated.
Dog, they are all standing up and leaving as he's trying to give his closing remarks. Oh man, this is great. This is great. I'm heartened seeing this.
And we all need to model the behavior of what we want our republic to be. Most of all, thank you for the students who participated tonight. You guys got a bright future. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Yo, did you see this? Look at this lady. Look at this lady as the lights go off.
Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Fucking flicking him off. That's great. That is 10 out of 10. The Eagles have landed. Oh my god. That was so fun. I'm not gonna lie, I've been feeling really down and really out of it and really running on empty. And you know what? That was amazing. That was incredible. People are doing shit, guys. People are doing stuff. So get out there and you guys do stuff too. Okay, one of the things you can do, and one of the things I am advocating for folks to do, we need to get out the vote for Susan Crawford out in Wisconsin. There is an upcoming indivisible door knocking event over on March 22nd. Okay, I'm gonna copy the link here for you guys. If you are at all able to make it to Wisconsin and knock some doors, here's the link. Go for it. And also, folks, there is a great phone banking opportunity, I believe this coming weekend. Here we go. You can participate in that regardless of where you are in the United States. That is on March 25th, okay? And anyone in the United States can participate. You just sign up. You get all ready, and then you go. It's super easy. They give you a script. They have you calling people who are likely left-leaning voters. You call them, tell them, hey, this is the date. It's really important to vote for Susan Crawford. I know it's like an off special election, but you got to be aware of this because it's super goddamn important, all right? Those are things you guys can do too. You are not powerless. If you are feeling empowered by watching that town hall and seeing folks yell and fight for what is right, these are ways you can fight for what is right. And guys, if we get enough people out there for Susan Crawford, we can ensure that the entire state of Wisconsin maintains its right to abortion for every single person who needs one in the state. You can make sure that the electoral map of Wisconsin doesn't get re-gerrymandered. You can do things. Okay? So get out there and do stuff. And yes, next month we'll be dragging you into some DSA phone banking for local offices here in Minnesota, because the more of you who get involved there, the easier it is going to be to actually influence Minnesota politics. And maybe we can even pull the pull this state out of its very close deadlock that it's been in. Whew. Get out there, folks. Run for office, volunteer, phone bank, door knock. Do stuff. It's more important now than ever, and every day that goes by, it's just going to become more important, folks. So get out there and do stuff. With that, folks, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider, if you've gotten anything out of stream today, hit that dono button, hit that subscribe button, consider dropping some subscriptions, some super chats, some memberships, consider supporting the stream, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it happen without all of your support. it literally would not work. I do not make enough money off of ads on this channel whatsoever. So you guys help keep this stream over on YouTube ad-free with your support. It really does mean the world, and you are what allow me to stream until 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oof. Been cooking down here in 90-degree weather too. Oof. I'll go to that town hall coming up. Hell yeah, One-Eyed Heathen. It was a fun stream. Even if the start was a little rocky. Yeah. God. Gonna join another city commission? Hell yeah, Simric. All right, folks, I gotta go. It's been a blast. Let's raid you guys out. Who we got? Who we got? Going to USA hole. Here you go, folks. Hope you all have a good night, and I will see you, I guess, later today. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son." "Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.